because my dad bought it when it came out.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, he
What's
said
happening,
everybody bought it.
people?
I should play that
What's
album
happening? As you
again.
can see, Lisa's like, there go Lisa, of course, oblivious in the corner, as usual. There you go.
Yeah.
I'm looking at something.
I'm just kidding. You're looking at something. What are you looking at?
We're gonna see
I'm
how
looking to
long
see that
Lisa will
Woodstock.
keep on camera today.
I'm looking to
My
Yeah,
finder
let's
is
see, yeah.
open in this area by late tonight. Yeah.
No,
You know what's like so funny is that me and her have like switched sides. It's like now I'm the one who's like off to the corner, and then now she's the one who's like in the middle. So
no,
I don't
because
know. I don't know how we pulled that
people will
off.
bring it up. Like one time, I remember I was doing a stream and I was like standing up. Someone goes, "You're not 4 feet tall." I go, "Sorry, it's a running joke. I'm not 4 feet tall." They're like, "You're tall," and I'm like, "No." I'm like, according to Google, I'm still short for my height,
Mm-hmm.
even though I am, of a
I had sent the link to Tim. I don't know if he got it or not. Hopefully he got it.
Tim
I'm like,
Tim doesn't even check his Facebook.
exactly.
I sent him things, but Tim liked my posts on Facebook, which I was like, wow, Tim doesn't do that very often. I made a post about,
I think it is with him.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think he just doesn't have like notifications set up and stuff like that. To where it's like, his phone goes ding like most
No.
do,
He said on a stream one time that he doesn't have a smartphone. He just has a phone that texts. And then they made him get a smartphone and he wasn't happy about it. He wanted a phone that
flip phone. So he still hangs up on you like clank.
Well, no, he said he wanted a flip phone, but his phone company made him get a smartphone and he wasn't happy about it. So he had to get a basic smartphone.
I was looking at those new razors. I really wanted one of those. Those ones that opened up and stuff
The
like that.
Sidekick?
It's a smartphone.
The Sidekick?
Yeah, but I really don't trust them because I just thought it'd be like the what's the word for it? The when you touch things with your hands, like the consistency, whatever that. Just being able to like clap the phone shut, like bitch, click. And, like,
I remember.
Clap it shut. I thought that'd be funny.
I remember I had a phone that would pop out and it had the buttons on it, and I used to put my AIM away messages because I used to have AIM and I would be on there on AIM and I'd put my emo songs as an away message. Mm-hmm. And I had MSN Messenger too. Those were good times when we had all those messenger services.
Yes. So, anyways, people. Yeah. We were going to do the stream yesterday, but Spectrum decided that they were going to do maintenance. And shut down my freaking. They basically, they decided they were going to go ahead and shut down my freaking internet till 11 p.m.
I know how that is. I had a power outage like a week ago. Mm-hmm. Our whole side neighborhood was out without power for 4 hours, so I know how that is. Mm-hmm. And we're used to it here where I live.
Hey, what's happening, Mr. Walter? Dawson is already in the house. So we have a few people here already. Dawson. So anyways, I'm trying to do a topic stream. Usually topic streams do not work out very well for me at all. Because, we got Lisa, so we really fly off topic.
Hey, I
we'll try to stay on for the topic.
I actually kind of, in my head, thought about what I was going to say. I kind of prepared myself. But this time I kind of did.
Yeah, I did a little bit of studying, did a little bit of refresher.
I did a little bit of studying. I'm a casual Beatles fan.
And Tim. So,
I'm a casual Beatles fan, so don't expect me to know every single thing, but I know enough. I know enough to get by.
But anyways, question I was posing, which is, it's a question. For me, it's new territory, but for Beatles fans, they've been discussing this for the longest freaking time. I'm sure all the fucking Beatles channels would cover this shit, most definitely. But my question was, what if the Beatles had reunited in the 70's during 74, when they had the Lost Weekend, or the 80's? Say it had happened in the 80's maybe. Now, I know that there was two chances in the past. There was the Saturday Night Live incident, and then it was the Lost Weekend. Those were two times when Paul and George got together, because I think Paul and John getting together, would have been the catalyst. Maybe the other two would have been able to jump in. Because, we got to say it, in 95... they did get together for those songs for the anthology, remember? Well, of course, Pauline's like, of course I fucking remember. What are you talking about?
I was there.
I
was there in the room with them.
Yeah, I was there.
The obvious question we got to ask ourselves is, during the late 70's or 76, 75, would they have gone with the disco? Because disco was getting big. Would Beatles have done disco?
Well, who knows? But the thing is, okay, let me finish the second part of the question. The second part of the question is like, now, the reason why I say this, because I also compare it to bands that are out now. And the biggest example that I use, of course, they're apples and oranges. I'm not putting them in the same basket as the Beatles. But I use My Chemical Romance. The reason why I use My Chemical Romance is, right now they're on tour, and they're touring behind an album that is 10, 11, 12 years old. That's all they're playing. And they're just playing old stuff that's 10, 12 years old. It's almost like they have a fear to release anything new. Now, what I'm wondering is, and a lot of fans in that fan base speculate, is they're afraid to release something because they're afraid to have a bad album, which they think will affect their legacy. Everything has been good up till now, so everybody loves My Chemical Romance, but I think they're scared to release a bad album.
Holy shit, I went and Googled it.
As that pertains to the Beatles, what if the Beatles had turned around and gotten together, like I said, in the late 70's, during the 80's, and they had maybe a couple of bad albums? Every artist has a bad album. They can have a bad album. Now, I'm pretty sure Tim would say, well, such and such was a bad album, and such. Yeah. He would say the Beatles had a couple bad albums, maybe. I don't know if he ever gets up here. But anyway, so like, but what I'm saying is, would their legacy be how it is now? Would people still be as into the Beatles? Like, say like right now, it's like the Beatles are kind of like this thing where, I'm sorry if I'm over talking here, everybody, but I'm thinking right now the Beatles are something that we can't touch. We can't go see them live. We can't. I mean, Paul McCartney, yes, of course, Ringo, but that's not the same thing like having George and John and Paul together. Like say if like this 2025 and the Beatles were still making albums and we could still just like see them whenever they're still touring. Would they be, at the status they are now, if they were that accessible? That's the other question I pose.
Yeah.
So.
You know what's crazy? I just Googled it. My Chemical Romance's Black Parade came out in 2006. What the fuck? I thought it came out later than that. 2006. That's
I thought it was 2008.
No, that's like almost 20 years ago. That's crazy to think that. It's kind of like reminds you of that one group I had mentioned to you when I was talking on the phone. I don't know if Paulina knows them, Nutrimilk Hotel. Their last album was 1998. So some bands, they do one album and they're content with it, or they do two albums and they don't do another album ever again.
Okay.
And I just think that, with the Beatles, I think had the Beatles still had John and he didn't pass away, I really think the Beatles would have gotten back together at Live Aid and they would have done something.
Okay, and another sub question, and I know this one's going to make Paulina's ass itch. She's going to be like, nope. Okay, yeah. What if they had kept the money machine rolling, like I said, through the 80s, the 90s, to the 2000s, and say a member did pass away, say George. I already know John Paul, not replaceable. Definitely not replaceable. But in this era where iconic bands like The Who, etc., replace members, could they replace George? In future tours had he passed away? Or would Beatle fans be like, oh, fuck to the hell no? So I think I can see by the look on Paulina's face, I know what the fucking answer is. I'll let Paulina talk now. I know she's got shit to say. Here we go.
I know, because I feel like in every kind of stream, it's like you and Lisa tend to overpower the conversation way too much. And if you look at the things that I say per stream, I think it's like Dusty and Lisa is like they both get like 30-30. Tim is like 25, and I'm like the minority. But having said that, no. And they made it abundantly clear that no Beatle is replaceable. They, especially because there are times like well, as we all know, back in 1968, Ringo did leave the Beatles temporarily because he didn't like that he was waiting too long for the others to show up to EMI Studios to record. So he did leave, but but the guys told him okay, just go away. You could go away for about a couple weeks, but we really want you back. You are the best. And so they even then they said Ringo can never be replaced. when George wanted was like at during the Get Back sessions, George left the Beatles and he was like, "Get Eric Clapton to replace me." The others were like, "We don't want Eric Clapton. We want George Harrison." Um, so they made it abundantly clear that even from
Hmm.
the get go, that it will always will be John, Paul, George, and Ringo. That's the way that they set it up right from the beginning. Once they got Ringo in, that the core members were always going to be them. And they even recognize that it can never be the Beatles if one is missing. If they
Hmm.
do it, that's why when it came to "Free as a Bird" and "Real Love" and "Now and Then," what made those songs work is because all four of them are on those songs. You know, like John singing, Paul,
Hmm.
George, and Ringo are doing the instruments. Paul was singing along with John on some parts and stuff like that. Um, but it was they say like it can never be the Beatles if one of them is missing. That's why when they did "I'm the Greatest," he said like, "Well, it's not a Beatles reunion. We have John and George and Ringo on the recording, but there's no Paul." Same with
Hmm.
all those years ago. Paul, George, and Ringo are on it, but there's no John, so it cannot be known as Beatles recording. So that's why like it. They said like if not all of them are there, um, of the as part of the recording or anything. It's just not the Beatles.
Hmm. Okay. Well, I mean, like I said, the only thing that I was saying was, like you said, there's been, of course, things that have been said by Beatles members, but I don't know. It's a big what if scenario. Like I said,
Yeah.
it's a big what if. Because like I just kind of think that, in my opinion, that if they had gone this far, would the money have started to talk and taken over for what their ideals were? You know.
That that's another thing too. That's
Uh
another
huh.
thing is that is it was never they're a band that was never about the money.
Hmm.
They it's like they would have turned down a lot of shows if um at the beginning if it weren't for Brian Epstein. Because when they were touring a lot, they were touring a lot, and they really wanted, like sort of like a break. But Brian Epstein was not going to give them a break. But once they stopped touring, they made it a point that like it's not going to be about the money anymore. It's like if we're going to go out on tour, it's going to be because we want to go out on tour.
Hmm.
It's not going to be about whoever throws us the most amount of money. And it's like back in the 70's, a lot of people threw millions, I mean millions of dollars at the guys to get back together. Even though that one Saturday Night Live one was very, very low ball, that was like
Hmm.
the most cheapest um, offer that they ever got. But even they said like like even John said in interviews as well as Paul and George like it's not about the money for any of us. We have to if we're to reunite and do a concert, it has to be because the four of us mutually agree on doing it.
Yeah.
Um, that's the only way that it could work. If
Hmm.
it's not going to be about like who throws money at us. Um, so that's how the Beatles always worked. And
Hmm.
believe me, it was never ever about the money. Like Coca
Hmm.
Cola and Pepsi threw money at them. Like, hey, can we use your song for our commercial back in the
Hmm.
'60s? We're like, no. Hey, Cornflakes wants to use this song for the no. So
Hmm.
even they're turning down like commercials and big money because they had integrity in their craft and their music and their legacy. Um, so that's why a lot of that just wouldn't work.
So, like, as far as like recent, I mean, there haven't really been any commercials with Beatles music, has there? Where Paul's approved of it, or Yoko,
There,
or
there's been
Ringo?
there's been a couple. Sadly, when it comes to those, they Paul cannot really do anything about it because a lot of it is still kind of owned by Sony ATV,
Hmm.
and they're going to be licensing stuff out. Um, that's kind of difficult, especially when it comes to George stuff too. I think
Yeah.
now it's gone to the point where I think in a way like this is where Danny is sort of getting into trouble because he took his father's music out of UMG and is now has it
Uh-huh.
with BMG um, and is starting to license his dad's stuff for like a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so it's so Danny basically has this thing going on, but Paul still has his integrity. So he's not going to be licensing out any of his stuff to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm.
and I think Sean is siding with Paul about all this too. It's like like he respects what his dad was all about as well. So yeah,
Mm-hmm. Now, this is the other one. This is the other thing that right now I know is starting to become like a huge. It's kind of like going off subject, but it's still Beatles. It's like I know this is becoming a big thing in the VC. A lot of people are talking about it. Whether or not the anthology is a cash grab, and like
I think it is.
how many box sets are we going to go through? This is my only opinion about it. My only opinion about it is, for me, I think records are probably a little bit extreme on the price, but then again, we also have to talk about pressing price and stuff like that. So let's
Yeah.
talk. That's logistics. That I get. But for me, I think the CDs are a very reasonable price, especially for someone like me who does not own any of the anthologies. So to get all four for $109, I think that's a deal.
I think that's a good deal. I think that's a good
It's a
deal
bargain.
compared to the records, which is 420. The records are 420. I think that's a little too rich for my blood, but the CD's a good deal.
actually, the records are not that expensive if you really think about it because
Mhm.
I did send you guys what
Yes,
Tad
those cheaper.
Records
Mhm.
are selling
Yeah.
it, and Tad Records are only selling it for what they put on the like
350
340
something? Was it 40?
yeah
349?
350 yeah.
Something
And
like
you
that.
have to and you really have to think about this. You're getting 12 albums.
Hey, loser list. Mhm.
You're getting 12 albums for only $350. 12 albums for $350. That is way
Mhm.
better than how you would then getting something like okay, let's take for instance the Uber box of George Harrison. And
Mhm.
in that box you're only getting like the albums and knickknacks and stuff like that. That was like a price overkill. $1,000 for the Uber box of All Things Must Pass.
Mhm.
And plus that Mind Games set was about
The Q was overkill. That was kind of
that
overkill.
was overkill.
I
Whereas
mean,
whereas when it comes to the anthology stuff, it's only about $370. There's only one other
mhm.
person that will do a thing like that for such a low price, and that's Paul McCartney.
Mhm.
So to get 12 albums for only 350, that's not a bad deal when you think about it.
Okay,
No.
but the thing that I'm considering is, Pauline, it's like, okay, like for someone like you bought all three. Obviously, you have all three of them there behind you. You bought the three. So basically, the only thing you would really need is the four. Now, what are they doing with this new set of the three? I'm just considering the three, not even the fourth, that would make it worth it to you since you already bought the three. See, that's the reason I'm like thinking, are they making you double dip? Or are they giving you, I mean, there's the remaster, obviously, of Free as a Bird, and I don't know what other remasters may be. They haven't announced it, like Real Love, whatever.
Okay,
If they
so
put all
they
four,
they remastered all three albums. All
okay.
They went back and did some re EQing, made them sound way better than they did before.
Uh-huh.
And I will say that um, that it was time for them to go through a remaster.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing, and I said this on my video that I posted yesterday, the thing that I was very discouraged about was that there were certain liberties that Jeff Emmerich took with the anthology, especially the first one, that I didn't like. Whereas if there was a thing where I think Paul was doing a speech about them doing the recordings with Tony Sheridan, and when he was talking to it, the song "My Bonnie" would kick in the background.
Mm-hmm.
That was very very tacky. Or
Mm-hmm.
and then there's a track where Brian Epstein is talking about them doing the audition for Decca, and
Mm-hmm.
while he's talking about it, in the background you hear Searchin', them performing Searchin' during the
Mm-hmm.
Decca stuff, and I'm like, why did you have that kind of thing? It sounds like a fucking radio kind of thing
Yeah.
that they'll do, and I was like, that was very 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 tacky. For one thing, we didn't need these speech tracks. Leave the speeches
Mm-hmm.
for the anthology, for the
Mm-hmm.
film, the film, the DVD set and everything. It
Mm-hmm.
does not belong on the vinyl box, the vinyl set. The other thing, the other thing is that, and I will say this too. Um, let's take this one for instance, Anthology Two. There
Mm-hmm.
is like a lot of stuff on Anthology Two that have already made it on to the Revolver box set as well as the Sgt. Pepper box set. So
Mm-hmm.
if the thing that would have made everything worthwhile for this one is if they would have taken out Tomorrow Never Knows. I got to get you into my life. Some of the Pepper stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
leave room for newer stuff to come on. And then secondly, there was a track that I love. It's called "That Means a Lot." It's one of
Uh-huh.
Tim and mine's favorite songs. They never did a true stereo mix on it. It's
Mm-hmm.
only in mono on the set, and it should have been done in stereo. There's another song on here called 12 Bar Original. Um,
Mm-hmm.
on that, when they record it, the song ran for 6 minutes and 20 seconds. This is only edited. They only edited it down for 3 minutes for this set.
Mm-hmm.
They could have easily put the full version onto this set. Another song is called "You Know My Name." Another song that I like. In this set, it is in stereo versus the mono that was on the 45 of Let It Be. But even in stereo, it runs 5 minutes and 45 seconds when the original length was 6 minutes and 11 seconds. They could have like given us the entire full length of it for this
Mm-hmm.
album. And then on Anthology 3, we
Uh-huh.
already have those Asher demos already on the White Album box set. It doesn't need to be on this set anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and some of the other stuff that's on this that's already been on the Abbey Road set, the Let It Be set, the White Album set, doesn't need to be on this. So
Mm-hmm.
they could have used this to give us more stuff that was left off of those sets.
Yeah,
Sweet.
yeah.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, even with the
Oh, I'm
cheaper
sorry, Lisa.
price, even with the cheaper price, it's still not gonna pick it up. Even though it is a good deal, I'm not like I'm a casual fan. So for me, I most likely won't be picking up this anthology set. But for people who are, completists or Beatles completists, they'll probably pick it up.
Yeah,
For me,
yeah.
no.
I think that's kind of like the camp that I fall in. It's like I am gonna get the CD versions, but
I might if I
I
see
mean,
it
I'm not
at the
trying to put up a
store.
wall because I know Pauline's probably you're just putting up a wall. You put up a no. It's like I understand that Pauline's completed. She's also one of those people who's very technically oriented when it comes to Beatles
Yeah.
like music.
Yep.
Very detail oriented. There you go.
Yeah.
Very detail oriented. But I don't think like most of the casual common fans are. But
Yeah.
Tim, would you put yourself in that camp that you're like one of those detail oriented like Beatles
Yeah,
fans?
but I'm still not interested in it because
Hmm.
I know it's been remastered. I know it's supposed to sound better, but there's only 13 new tracks on it.
Mm. You're talking about Volume
No.
4, right?
That's yeah, on the whole thing.
Uh-huh.
There's only 13 tracks I don't have.
Mm.
No.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but then
No.
again, but like Paulina said, Paulina was saying that they remastered. So who remastered? It was what? Is this another Giles Martin
Yeah, I
remaster
think so.
or?
Well,
Yeah.
he's been remixing, so I don't. But and there's things that are wrong, and if they don't fix them, especially if they don't fix them, then I'll just be. They should have redone the whole thing if they were going to do it. That's my opinion. I was listening to Pauline. She's right.
Uh-huh.
They need the speech bombed on Volume 1. That's why there's no speech on Volume 2 or Volume 3. It didn't work. So they should take that off, add a couple more Tracks. Volume 3, they give us the entire You Know My Name, Look Up My Number, from beginning till 99% of the end, and then they fade it out. What? Fix that, please. You know, stuff like that is just wrong. Not Guilty is not the full version. Give us the full version of, you know, there's things like that. And there are other takes, you know, as far as volume 4 goes, there's more than the takes that they used. You know, they could give us new, different takes that they didn't use already, but they're not. And I'm just like, okay, no, that's why I'm not interested. You know,
and also it is the thing too that they did skip over the Magical Mystery Tour album when it came to the remixing and like, you know, the super deluxe sets. They could have given us some more outtakes from that album. I'm pretty sure that there's more takes of Magical Mystery Tour, Your Mother Should Know, Blue Jay Way, more takes of Baby You're a Rich Man, and more stuff from All You Need Is Love. I'm pretty sure there's also outtakes of the stuff that was on the Yo Submarine stuff, like Only Ignore the Song. Give us the entire version of It's All Too Much. You know, please. All Together Now and stuff like that. Hey Bulldog.
So I'm going to make my own. Bottom line, I'm going to make my own. I'm going to redo Anthology and make my own.
I mean, myself, the thing that sold me was, well, it didn't completely sell me, was when the reason why I made the decision, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pre-order the CD set, not the vinyl set, the CD set, is because I heard the new remix of Free as Bird. Now, the thing that I did not like about it, which I had told Paulina, and then Paulina fixed it, she actually made a original version, fixed it, was that John's vocals were low in the mix, but John's vocals were actually on par with all the rest of the Beatles, you know, in the new remix. The original, I went back and pulled out my CD of 95, and I consider myself to have a decent system. 95 sounded like shit compared to 2025. You know, it really did.
They widened the spectrum, which is good. They widened the sound stage. What I don't like is I think you've got a bit of the same problem that you had when they tried to take the wall of sound away from All Things Must Pass, in that you spot some weaknesses sometimes in George's voice. And I think the same thing happens. Not that John had a weak voice, but he's just sitting at his piano into a little cheap mic, into a portable cassette player doing a vocal. He's not doing his best vocal here. And making that vocal shine, it's going to show flaws, and I think it does. And that's my only problem with it.
Also, I think it was the original they were working with, 95. Like I said, 95, they didn't have the technology that they have now. Because I think I heard Mayo was the one who was saying it. He was saying that it sounds like John is like he's like singing kind of underwater, like he's like in a tunnel.
He liked that. You know? That's why I always liked the original version, is he always put something on his voice anyway. Always. He loved that. And to me, that's just more of the same. So I don't mind. I'm not going to say that the original is better than the new one. It's not, but I still like the original. I always have.
Hey, Warber's Gumboot, are they going to sell Volume 4 on CD standalone set? I'm thinking in the future they will. They'll split them up. They will eventually.
I think they should.
They're going to try and... Well, I mean, right now, Lisa, probably the initial is going to be box sets.
I mean, but I mean, in the near future, it would be a good idea for those who already own volumes 1, 2, 3. I think that would be, good for someone who doesn't want to buy. I think
when nobody buys it, they'll be cutting them open and taking Volume 4 out and selling it.
If they sell the box set in the stores, I mean, if they sell in stores, but if they sell them each individually, like they did the first, the first version of Anthology, 1, 2, 3,
yeah.
I mean, sooner or later, let's be honest, it's going to hit Walmart, and there's going to be volumes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for you to buy at Walmart or Target.
Here's the thing. It's going to ultimately, they're going to make more money putting this box set out, but they would sell a lot more copies. They would make less money because it's only going to be a $60 or $70 thing or whatever on vinyl. But if they just didn't do anything with 1, 2, and 3, it just said coming this Christmas, Anthology 4, they would sell a lot more copies.
I agree.
Now, to be, in my opinion, I think Paulina, like, I remember when they first announced it, I was looking at the price tag where they said 420, 430, 440, and they were saying there's like 4 lithographs in there, and I was like, oh, that's bullshit. No. But Paulina had given us a link. She had sent us a link that said it was 350. I think it was 340 to 350, somewhere around there. Now, I think for a box set, that sounds reasonable. 350, because 350 is more in line with what most box sets are kind of at nowadays, I think. So I think that's way more reasonable.
I basically told them, like, it's like a thing where don't buy it right then and there. Shop around, because most likely there's going to be a site that is going to sell it for a lot lesser. And I first saw that Sound of Vinyl and You Discovered was selling it for $375 versus $400 that the Beatles website was selling it. But then I found Platinum Records, which is based out in Ohio. They're selling it for $350 for the vinyl set. So that's why I said, like, shop around. Don't buy from the first source that you see it. There's going to be a site out there that's going to sell it for a whole lot less. Yeah. And the beauty thing about Platinum Records is they offer free shipping for orders over 100. So therefore, if you buy for $350 from them, that's all you're going to pay, $350. No shipping and handling or anything. Maybe a little bit of tax, but the tax will only be about $3. That's it. So that's about
$4 to $5, depending on where in California you are. That's how much I pay for things.
I think they're both still too expensive.
Yeah.
I just do.
Hey, Mike. No, I totally get it. I totally get it. We're just like,
the new Oasis box set is every Oasis album, 8 CDs in a nice box. It's very similar to Anthology. Its list price is $80.
Says, can you put it on later?
That's a good deal.
I know you're making a joke there, Trekker, but to tell you the truth, you can go to Amazon, you can go to some of the websites and split it into 4 or 5 payments nowadays.
Yep.
So you actually, you can kind of lay it away.
I've done that in the past with things.
Yeah, so actually, you probably could if you really, really wanted to.
Yeah, I've never bought anything from Platinum.
Oh, definitely. It's like for sites that offer PayPal. PayPal offers a 4 installment payment plan that you could utilize so that you're not buying it all of it right then and there. They'll split up to 4 payments. So therefore, let's say if it's $350, what's $350 divided by 4? It's probably going to be like what, $70, I think. If not less.
That's not bad. 4 payments is $70. I mean,
yeah.
No, 350 divided by 4 is more like 88, 87, 88.
Yeah.
I mean, now I've never done that with Amazon before, where I've done like. No, I mean, I've never done it where I've split into 4 payments. I don't know. Is that 4 consecutive months, or can you go ahead and do like, 1 month, maybe skip a month and another month until you pay it off, and then they send it to you?
Let's see. For one thing, Amazon does not give you that option. I checked. Believe me. But PayPal, it's like 4 payments every 2 weeks.
Okay.
So it's basically like
yeah.
So it's basically like like every payday. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like a payday loan. I was about to say.
Yeah.
It basically is.
Yeah.
It's like a payday loan. Let me see.
But even PayPal offers credit, so therefore you could stretch it out for about 9 months if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Holy shit! My Amazon account was recently hacked. I checked my wallet on Amazon. It had like 8 different people's name, phone numbers, addresses, and cards in my account. So you have my address now, then, right?
Basically, Trekker has half of the Philippines on his Amazon account.
Yeah, because that's why.
He's got all those Filipino women.
I can't use Amazon. I can't use PayPal. I can't use anything. It's all locked to my computer that died. So I can't.
Oh, that's
and yeah, I've got Prime. So I've been paying for Prime for going on a year now. without actually even being able to get into Amazon. It's ridiculous.
Can't you,
It is
can
so
you
hard.
reset
I
it?
can't cancel it.
You can't
Mhm.
reset your password?
No, because I can't get into. I can't.
Yeah.
How can I reset my password if I can't get into my account?
Like,
What I hate is when you try and reset your password and it's like stuck to an old phone, and you're
oh
like,
my
I don't know
god.
that
That's
phone
it.
anymore.
That's it. It's stuck to
Yeah.
a phone I had probably close to 20 years ago.
Yeah.
I couldn't
I got
tell you
Exactly.
what the phone number. They're
old
asking for
phone.
that phone number.
Mhm.
How the hell would
Oh,
I know?
that's probably what happened because my dad has the same problem with Amazon. So when he
So
needs to get things, he uses my account to buy
yeah,
stuff
I
from
can't.
Amazon.
So I've been locked, and I can't even. Like I said, Amazon owes me like a couple $100 in just Amazon Prime money. That
I mean,
I
yeah, tell Jeff Bezos.
because
I mean, he
I've
can
been
have
paying
the
it and
rabbit
I
foot.
don't have it. I can't use it.
Yeah.
So the same thing that we told Pauline earlier. I don't know if you were listening earlier. We were saying what the whole question was that I posted at the beginning of the freaking
No,
stream.
I
What the
just
whole
I
stream.
just got off of
Okay.
with material issues. I've been doing this since like 4 o'clock.
Wow. You're a
My
trooper.
time.
No, I know. What I was saying was, okay, I mean, I'm sure you saw the title too. What if the Beatles had reunited in the 70s or 80s?
Yeah.
Would their legacy still be intact?
Yeah.
I'm going to go do a brief run over real quick. But what I was saying was, okay, we know in 74, that John
Mhm.
and Paul got together in Los Angeles during last weekend, recorded that one
Uh-huh.
bootleg song, they said, and stuff. And then, we know about how the Beatles got together in 95, making the 2 songs for Anthology. Now, what I had said was, okay, say John had lived,
Mhm.
and say they had turned around and stayed together and, recorded new albums. And my other thing that I had added to it was, every band ends up having a couple of bad records. It happens. Okay. Also, if the Beatles were around today and they were still touring, where we could easily see them, Beatles 2025 tour, and there was a new album this year and everything, would they still have this? Would we still be as like enamored with them and see them as the icons that they were back then? Would we still be as excited about the Beatles? Would people be like, so like, oh, the Beatles were the greatest, they wouldn't like have a couple of bad albums, be like, well, there was that fucking album, blah blah blah
No.
blah blah blah. I'm just doing a skim over. I mean, me and Pauline
Yeah.
kind of like went
Yeah.
a little bit deeper into it or whatever, but I mean, like, what do you think? Do you think it,
I
and then
think
also
yeah,
oh,
but in a different way. I'm going
Then,
to compare them to the Stones. Most
Mhm.
people like the Stones post 1970. They dismiss most of the early stuff.
Very true.
And
Yeah.
the Beatles never had a chance to do that. And you could say, yeah, there's some crappy albums, but getting together creatively with 3 of them anyway, whether we count Ringo or not, I think that they had enough. Well, just because he's not a songwriter,
Yeah.
just because he's not
Yeah,
a songwriter,
uh-huh.
I even think John and George and Paul might have sat down together at some point and
Mhm.
wrote a few songs together, all 3 of them.
Mhm.
So no, I don't think it would. I think as people have said, the sum or the sum is bigger than the parts. You know what I mean? I think together they would have had some amazing albums in the 70s and 80s. And I
Mhm.
think they would be as loved as they are, but in a different way. The love we have now is a nostalgia love, and it might not
Yeah.
be a nostalgia love, but that's like the
Mhm.
Stones. People love the Stones. It's not necessarily a nostalgia love. It's they love the Stones, and I think it would be more,
Exactly.
it would be similar. It'd be more like that.
And then the other question I had added to it was Paulina, like she was saying that, okay, the way that she sees it is the Beatles were very strong by their ideals. If there was 4 of them, that was it, no one else. And also, I think in her opinion, also if it wasn't the 4, it's not the Beatles. Now the question I had posed to her was, what if they had gone on, came to today, and Bebber did pass away more recently, like the past 10 years, would they have replaced that member? Now, the only member I could see them really replacing would probably be Ringo. Like, you just said right now about, like, do we count Ringo? But she was saying no, that there would be no way that they would, well, I mean, if I'm misquoting, I mean, she said that there'd be no way that anyone would get replaced.
Not in play as the Beatles. I could see them if they never split up and one of them died. I could see them touring, playing some gigs maybe, but maybe not as the Beatles. Like Zeppelin did it in 1985 at Live Aid.
Yep.
They were Led Zeppelin in Live Aid.
They had some studio musicians touring with.
Well, no, they were Led Zeppelin except for Phil Collins, but they refused to call it Led Zeppelin. They said no, it's John Paul Jones and Robert Plant.
I totally get that. What if they were?
I can't see them playing as the Beatles without all four of them.
I mean, what if they decide to get together? You think they would have studio music? What if like Ringo and Paul decided they wanted to get together for one last hurrah? Oh. You think they would have some musicians with them, or just be Paul and Ringo?
Well, they wouldn't call it the Beatles. Well, it doesn't matter. They've recorded.
I don't know why. I told you, I'm a casual fan.
Just call it just Paul and Ringo, so it'll be like the White Stripes.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of like. I don't think Paul and Ringo could pull it off. Not Paul and Ringo. Paul and George, Paul and John.
Yeah, but
Paul would have to turn his bass up like Lemmy. Paul would have to.
Dolan would be
Well, Dolan had a heart attack over my thumbnail. He's like, I don't like that thumbnail. I'm like, I'm saying that was the question. Like, what if they were old?
He wrote me. He said, "Can you tell Dusty to change the thumbnail?" And I'm like, "No."
I would love for Paul Ringo to go out there and do I Fell in Love with the Girl or Red Leaves and Three.
No. You know what I would love them to do? I would love them to sing Private Eyes.
I'm going to fight you off. A 7 Nation Army got to survey the town. Yeah.
Usually this says Paul, George, and Ringo did play together once at the reception of Eric Clapton and Patty Boyd's wedding in 1979. John wanted to be there but wasn't invited. But that was like a jam session, though. I mean, jam session could turn into a full recording sometimes. Who knows? Recording an album or getting together. So.
I mean, there's a lot that they could do. They could do some Hall & Oates. They can do some Kenny Loggins and Messina. I mean, come on. There's a lot that's been going on.
No, they're gonna be doing Doobie Brothers. Paul's gonna do his impression of Michael McDonald. Sorry, Tim.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, say if like during the 80s, that's why I said. That's why I was like going, okay, say they had stayed together. Do you think maybe the Beatles would have been like a fucking yacht rock band by now?
Yacht rock or new wave?
No. Could that have happened?
No.
Could you see them doing new wave or yacht rock? Or
no, I don't think so because Paul McCartney hasn't made any yacht rock albums, so I think Paul McCartney would be a pretty big influence and driving force behind it.
Take a stab at new wave. There's a little new wave on Back to the Egg. He did take a stab at new wave.
Yeah.
And Paulina, I swear I'm going to shut off your camera if you hold up that freaking give my regards to Bronze.
If you hold that, I will tell you to fuck off.
Because I'm thinking about what he turned around and did the whole new wave thing on that thing with the makeup and shit. Oh, there it is. See. There it is.
There you go. I gave it to you, Paulina.
Hey, Laura,
if there's one thing I hate more than myself, it's give my regards to
I always have it just in case.
No, I like that movie. I really freaking do. I'm sorry, I really do. That's like one of my guilty pleasures.
I believe that John I believe that John totally would have gotten into new wave. I think because I think that it would have been up his alley. He's always been someone who's totally into experimentation in sound and music. He was both him and Paul were totally into the avant-garde stuff. And in a way, McCartney too was sort of like Paul doing new wave. Even though it was like, it was like...
Yeah, there's a couple of definitely new wave tracks on
Hold on just a moment. I have to take my dogs. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So I think John totally would have went out and do like a new wave album. He probably would have done something with McCartney to do like a new wave thing. They probably would have been like, hey, you want to do a new wave album? Paul was like, sure, let's do something. They totally would have been all for it. They probably would have gotten in touch with Hugh Padgham and do something like that. We need that Phil Collins sound on this. Let's call Hugh Padgham in and stuff like that, and call all these other new wave people like Chris Hughes and work with other people and stuff. So John totally would have thrived with the new wave era of 80s. It was just sad that we never had a chance to see him do it because like John totally would have been like, oh yeah, this is it. Like,
I feel like he would have been very experimental if he had lived past the 80s. I feel like we would have gotten some very interesting things from John. It's sad that we lost him. Because it would have been cool to see if John was still alive now. It'd be kind of cool to see what John would have done with like the 2000s and on. I mean, yeah. I mean, his son's music. I don't know why. I was watching one of his son's music videos and it was weird as fuck. He was like on the ground. Sean Lennon, he was on the ground. He was like walking past all of these markets in LA. I don't know if you guys seen it. Sean Lennon has a weird video for one of his music videos. It's like on the ground.
And
yeah. Okay, all of his videos are weird. Okay,
and if McCartney 2 was not the new wave album, this beautiful gem of an album could have been considered new wave.
Yeah, to a certain extent. I've heard it. Richard made me listen to every Paul McCartney album. Yeah,
to me, it's 80s, but it's not new wave.
It does sound very 80s. The thing that I don't understand is people's total dislike, and I've heard a lot of people like groan whenever you mentioned Driving Rain. I had not heard Driving Rain until I think a couple of years ago when there was all the talk about it. I think actually it was before Beans passed, when everyone was talking about Driving Rain, and I think Paulina had bought a very expensive copy of it. And I was like, well, let me go ahead and check out what this is all about. Because I had never heard the album. And I heard it, and I was like, this is good. I like it. It's good. Yeah. But it's like you mentioned to most people, they're like, ugh.
Yeah.
It's like you see them grown.
To me, it's, because for me, McCartney's met, Windows died. McCartney's met supposedly the new love of his life. So why does he write like a dozen dirges and put him on this rock? I mean, that's my problem with it. There's nothing happy. It's like even a song like Your Loving Flame, which it's supposed to be, it just, to me, it's just plodding along, going, yeah, I love you.
And there we go.
That is true, because it's like, Flaming Pie was such an amazing album. Such an amazing album that he did, the last album that he did with Linda. Yeah. And so it's like, you figure that, going from Flaming Pie, the next album that he'll do will be as equally amazing. But then you get Driving Rain, and it doesn't hit as hard as Flaming Pie does. But I will have to give him that pass, because it is his first album without Linda. It's his first time doing an album without having that person right next to him, like him playing the song, like, what do you think about this? Like, did you like this? She was usually his sounding board. Whereas he was trying to do that with the One-Legged Bitch. Didn't work out. But you know what? He rebounded and gave us a great album in Chaos and Creation. I think he realized, I'm not going to be asking Heather about music. I'm just going to have to rely on whoever producer I'm working with.
That's my problem with that album. It's just down, and he was supposed to have found a new love. He should be happy. And
well, one leg couldn't satisfy him, so.
For me, the best two songs on it are, one is the most hated song on it, the bonus track. I like Freedom. Most people don't. I like Freedom. I think he's rocking for a change, and it's just a great track. And unfortunately, but it's mostly an instrumental. Heather, I think, is the best written song on the album. It's a great production, a great tune. To me, Heather is the best song on the album, and it's an instrumental, which says a lot. Mostly instrumental. There are lyrics at the end, but it's mostly
for me. I feel like the standout tracks to me are, well, I'm with Tim. I love Freedom. Such a great track, great song that he did. Heather's great song too. I love it. It's an enjoyable track. I do love Rinse the Raindrops. I like how he kind of goes primal on that song. And it's such a very jam kind of song that is just like, it just feels like it's pure McCartney for some ways. It's pure the rock way. But when it comes to like a very proper track, I do love Lonely Road. Something about Lonely Road that I just totally love. And when it comes to the title track, Drummy Rain, the live version is way better than the album version. I don't know what he was aiming for the album version, but when you hear it live, it's like, wow, it doesn't sound like the same song that's on the album.
Totally off, well, not off subject, but I wonder how many times he snatched and hit his prosthetic leg to piss
I wonder if he ever used his leg. I wonder if he ever used that leg to, get off on. Okay.
Whatever. I'm not a live guy. I don't love. But I was talking earlier on Doc's channel about live versions that are better than studio versions, and I'm not a big live guy. And he didn't release it. It's unfortunate because I don't love the track Off the Ground, but when he did it on Up Close, it is so much better. It's like, wow, okay, now I like it. It's not so sticky and gooey, and it's not so nicey, and it's just better.
What I hate is when a band totally turns around and they go live with a song and they totally rearrange the song, mangle it, mutilate it.
Oh yeah,
I hate that. And I mean, my favorite band, Depeche Mode, they've been known to do that, where they turn around and they like do these there's this one song that's off of Playing the Angel, which is not one of their greatest songs. So I don't know why the fuck it pops up on every goddamn set list for the past 10 years. And they tour every couple of years. So it's like, and it keeps on popping up on the set list, and it's this total same mangled, mutilated. It's not even the original version of the song, the way it was on the album, which sounded great. Yeah. And it's like every time they play it, my face just goes like, fuck, let it go. I'm like, let it go.
One of the most amazing, awful things I ever saw was John Cougar Mellencamp opened for Heart. And he's touring on, I don't even know the name of the album, the one with Jack and Diane on it. And he plays Jack and Diane, and he's already done a new arrangement for the song. It's his current single.
Yeah, it's like you're already changing it up already.
Unrecognizable version of the song, and nobody was happy.
Or they do a long intro, which is in the key of the song, but it's like something completely different. They drag that out forever, like doing this little jam at the beginning. Then they go into the song, and then you maybe get maybe 2 minutes of the real song or something like that. You know what I mean? I hate that too. Well, I guess that would be under mutilate the song, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I haven't. I mean, for the videos I've seen of Paul, I've never really seen him do that a lot. But
I never really thought that I would be a fan of live versions until I realized that some of my favorite versions of McCartney stuff actually were done live. It's like I always like going back to when Paul played Knebworth in 1989 and he did Coming Up. I always like how that sounded versus the 1979 Live with Wings version. Even though I found myself loving the Live Wings version a whole lot more nowadays, but I still love that Knebworth version. Another one is because they did this thing on TV for the New World Tour for '93, and he did an amazing live version of Another Day. And when I first heard that, I was like, "This is a really good song." And truthfully, I like the live version more than the 1971 version. I guess it's more electric,
In that same period, maybe from the special, maybe not. He did a Biker Like an Icon live, which I really liked a lot.
I like him doing "Get Out of My Way" as he performed it on Saturday Night Live.
Oh that was fine. But yeah, he was the version of Coming Up I like. Besides, I do like the live B-side version. I think that's the best version. The Cappuccino version, which was done around the same time, isn't nearly as good. Is the Soundcheck version on the Amoeba thing? That's a good version of Coming Up.
Well, I mean, it can pretty much go either way. I think with any band and any artist, it's like the live version can either capture the energy. You know, they can put a lot more energy into it because it's like a spur of the moment thing, and it can sound freaking awesome. Or they could not have the energy and they can mutilate it and it could sound like shit. So it's like, I don't think there's any. Well, is there an in between? I don't know. Could there be an in between? I mean, it's got to be either or, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think an in between is more like maybe like a sound check version of it, because it's not entirely live, but it's also not entirely studio at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Or it sounds like the album. I mean, there are people that go out and they sound like pretty much like the album, and that's fine. It's not going to blow you away, but it's it sounds like the album. So it's kind of like, it's okay. I guess I'd rather listen to the album because the live version sounds the same. But there's a lot of that too. Not so much these days, but once upon a time there was.
Speaking of a different artist, wasn't it freaking Kiss that turned around and the most famous fucking live album, Alive 2, their most famous fucking live album, that they had actually recorded studio tracks for the live part, and a lot of people say, "Oh no, those were songs." There was like studio songs at the end of the album. No, they said that there was actually tracks that they had recorded in the studio for the live part of the freaking album, so they had cleaned it up that way. And I was like,
most live albums have been tinkered with. Me and Paul were trying to get Doc Dawkins to do a whole show on that one day, but he just couldn't us. But just pick like 5 or 10 albums each that we thought were really messed with. And I'm sorry, but Wings Over America has been messed with. Most live albums are. All of them. Frampton Comes Alive has certainly been messed with. Most live albums were tweaked once they got recorded. It's just
I like Gentleman and Cap. But then he comes up with stuff like P.S. Love Me Do, which was horrible live.
Yeah.
Well, that was just horrible, period. The studio version's no better, I hate to tell you.
I'm here to defend myself. If you listen to Jessica Simpson's song and Jack and Diane, the beginning of them sound exactly alike. Like she sampled Jack and Diane for her
song.
That one song. That one song.
Simpson song.
That was
No, I can't remember the name of it. Let me look it up.
I'm hard pressed. A fucking Jessica Simpson song. So it's like
I don't know.
It samples Jack and Diane. I swear I heard it on the radio.
Well, it doesn't mean they sampled it. They could play it. They don't have to sample it.
No, it's called like not the beat. I Think I Love You has a sample of I Think I'm in Love with You has a sample of Jack and Diane. Listen to it.
Well, it could.
Okay.
Like the beginning, it sounds like Jack and Diane.
Everybody samples everything. They have
hip hop artists have been doing it for years.
Well, I mean, if anybody uses the class,
music, stop it.
I mean, if you think about it, a lot of hip hop artists have been doing that for years, sampling other people's music.
Not just hip hop, everybody's been sampling everything.
Even electronic, R&B. A lot of people have been sampling things.
I remember reading that clap was only supposed to be in there for timing, and they were going to remove it.
Yeah.
Was it you who said that, Tim? I don't remember.
It might have been one of us. It was supposed to be like a metronome kind of thing. It's like 1, and then they were just gonna take it off, but then they realized when they took it off, like it sounds way better with that.
It worked better. Let me see. While I was coming to see Lisa, my favorite is All Things Must Pass. Lisa asked earlier, "What's your favorite George album?" It's best of the solo albums, in my opinion.
Because I think that he doesn't really get talked much here as much as Paul and John does, and I think it's kind of good to sometimes mention George. And Ringo.
The truth, I think that's the only George album I have. I have never really delved into his albums.
I have 2 albums by him: All Things Must Pass, and I have Cloud 9, which I found on Goodwill, the record for cheap. And that's the only 2 I have. Oh wait, I have Somewhere in England too. Yeah.
I take it, Paulina and Tim are not very. They're not the biggest George fans.
I'm just everybody goes to those two albums only. I think Brainwashed is a great album.
Yeah, it's a good album.
I also like Gone Troppo, which most people can't stand. I think Gone Troppo maybe his fourth best album. I might actually like it better than Cloud 9, to be honest. It's got some really good stuff on it.
Yeah, I asked my dad.
That Hollywood Bowl live really, really needed that Peter Jackson treatment.
It did. Really did. I have a copy of that album. I bought
the original sounded like shit. I think I bought an original for like $3. And I brought it home and I was like, bleh.
That was the best they could do at the time, and there was a reason they didn't release it in 1965 like they wanted to. I mean, there was a reason.
Yeah. That was pretty. Yeah, it was pretty bad.
They wanted to release Shay too. Shay's even worse.
I saw a 1080p, or was it 1080p or 4K? There's one on YouTube where they remastered it. Yeah, that's the one right there. There you go. There you go. That one sounds sweet.
Yeah. My problem with that album is I don't like the 4 bonus tracks tacked to the end. It's not the order that they were performed in the show anyway. They should have just stuck them in where they fit best and made it a longer single concert is what they should have done.
Yeah, I have the second album.
I did that. I did that actually. I have a CD somewhere where I used my mixer and I put it as one show, and to me it worked so much better.
Yeah. You see, I am right. Mike even confirmed that I was right, that Jack and Diana sampled in that Jessica Simpson song.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot. I mean, if you really go, well, I usually, like I said, for most of my used records, I go left to the dial. Bill Michelle, left to the dial. Orange, if you ever get a chance out here, stop by. I get most of my solo albums used really cheap from him, and he gives me really good, clean copies. So I usually go to him. Same thing, the Bangladesh one, I think he sold to me for $5 or $6. He usually gives me a really good deal. He sold me Shaved Fish, but I bought a bunch of records off him, and I've gotten them really cheap. Invisible Ray said, Horrible Sleeve, real cheap.
You just reminded me, Walrus Gumbo.
Truthfully, I have to agree with Visible Ray about the Hollywood Bowl one. I don't know which one he's talking about, but when it comes to the reissue one, I wasn't a fan of it because it looked like the 8 Days a Week cover as well. Yeah. And that's the thing that I didn't like about it. They should have just used the original sleeve, but just call Live at Hollywood Bowl something. I don't know, but
I just felt
or just on a soundtrack for 8 Days a Week.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, I haven't watched
Hollywood
that
Bowl
movie
are so
in a while.
much better. Who's really said the boots are better?
They're better.
See, now my concert for Bangladesh, the cover is fucked up. And it seems like most of the covers I come across are messed up. So that's a really clean copy, actually. I don't know how to
I've got a really clean copy. I bought it new when I was a kid, and I still have it.
Look at this. Look at this. Oh, there you go. Look, they've included a news article for when it happened.
Oh, that's pretty cool, though, that there's freaking news clippings in there.
Yeah, because I bought it at Amoeba, and I saw that in there. And it has, it says Rockstar raises $250,000.
That's pretty freaking that's pretty sweet.
Yeah. I saw that there, and I was like, sweet. I was not expecting that. I paid $25. Yeah.
Okay. Polizol, I up your ante. I up the game here.
I don't even think I've ever seen it on cassette.
I
don't have it on cassette. I just have it on vinyl, and I paid $25, which I don't know if that's a good price to pay for it.
That's not a bad price for the box being shape and everything. Yeah, no, that's not a bad price.
Yeah, I saw it, and I was like, I need it in my life, so I bought it. My ex was like, you don't need that. I was like, shut up. I need it. So I bought it.
Yeah, it's so weird that you bring that up, Trekker, going off subject, but I saw there's a person on YouTube who uploaded the pilot of that show. That show was very fucking cheesy. Shirley Hemphill after what's happening now, I think, where she I think she inherits $200 million, something of that sort. Really, really, I don't think that show would have lasted. It was just too cheesy a premise. But yeah, I watched it yesterday.
You got it on VHS too?
No, it's a cassette.
Oh, because I figured.
That's a cassette of Sometime in New York City.
Because I figured you would have every variant of.
I'll bet you the second cassette of that is unplayed.
Let's check. Let's check.
Ooh.
No,
There's
it's
no
been
way to
played.
Tim is calling you
It's been
out.
It's
I
been played.
played it. I played it. See, that's the end. And I only played it because I like Please Don't
Yeah, I
Go.
was gonna say, well is the only reason to play.
You
Cold
got
Turkey,
to really.
that's bad, but other
Yeah.
than that, it's, no.
Yeah, I had to change the belts on my 3-head cassette deck. I think it was like about 3 months ago. And it was like funny because I was like, oh, it was bugging me that it wasn't working and stuff. So it was like funny because one of my friends turned and said, well, if you want, I could come over and just stand in the background and go, while you're playing freaking CDs, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah,
I love my cassettes.
I played this one because I like listening to Sisters Oh Sisters.
Yeah.
Mm.
So that's where it ended for me. I didn't listen to the rest of it.
You got to play your stuff. Don't be a Dolan and have your
Yeah.
stuff sealed.
It was where he said Anthology 4 is even worse sleeve than Hollywood Bowl.
I have not seen the Anthology 4 sleeve, but I will look at it and I'll take your word for it.
The Anthology 4 sleeve is basically the 3 albums on the sleeve together.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that was kind of lazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like somebody was like, we don't want to do a lot.
I said earlier today, it's 100 times better than the Now and Then sleeve.
I agree with
was
that.
horrible. I thought
I
that was a
agree
joke.
with that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I
you
thought
wanna
that
go
was a
down the
joke
lane,
when
I
that
have
sleeve
now
came
and
out.
then.
They're like, no, that's supposed to be. I'm like, get the fuck out of
So,
here.
don't complain too hard, and they'll give you something worse than even.
They should
Now
have
and
just
Then,
used fucking
you know?
Comic Sans. Why didn't they just use Comic Sans? You know, it would have made it more quirky. You know, so it's like, I mean, that was horrible. I mean, I've seen kindergartners who've done better artwork on computers.
Right?
You know, nowadays. So I was like, wow. Didn't they actually upgrade, though? Didn't they make a different sleeve now? Is there another one? Or was that just for the digital
No.
versions?
What people do now is they use the backside as a sleeve.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so
The jukebox or some shit, I think it was, or the
think-
house or something.
I
That
think
clock.
we should have taken a picture of that clock at George's house, wherever it sat, which was probably on a wooden shelf surrounded by other stuff. That would have made an interesting photo.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
just the white background of that clock with interesting whatever was around it. Boom. There's your cover. That's way better than.
I mean, you're right. It is kind of lazy. I bought the
It's just
BlackBerry.
the white background. The
Beatles
clock
one.
is fine, but it needs
No, I
something
mean,
else.
but the font. Look, it's just this now and then.
That's. I did my own. I don't know if it's still sitting here. A long time ago, I did my own. It's
well,
not
you
so-
know, Mayo convinced me that I needed now and then because everybody and their grandma had it, so I bought it. Because
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're a completist, most definitely. Clouds
I
still have
think
could be
it's- I like it better than Real Love. Real Love.
I mean, it wasn't more of me being a completist. It was me just wanting to have something new for the Beatles, and when something new for the Beatles came, I just, I needed it.
Lisa got FOMO.
I got hey, if I got FOMO, I would have bought the red variant from Target, which sold out. I waited a while to buy this. I didn't get.
But if you
FOMO.
came across the red
I
variant, would
wasn't
you
going
buy
to
it?
buy. I bought the 12 inch.
No,
I wasn't going to buy the 45, and I walked into Walmart one day, and like months after it came out, and they had 145 sitting on the shelf.
The
I'm like,
red variant, bitches.
I bought it.
Well,
I didn't buy the 7-inch or the 12-inch. I got the album, the red and the blue. I got it on that, and I was like,
well, yeah, I got the
again,
red
I'm
and
very,
blue
like I
too.
said, I'm very casual though. I'm a very casual fan, so maybe that's the reason why.
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
content
please,
with my copies of the red and blue. That's why I didn't.
Not to say if I came across, I wouldn't pick it up. If I came across, I'd buy it.
I mean,
You know?
it's just something Mayo, you influenced me, so now I have one.
Mine lives in my Beatles singles box. It's the
Yeah.
24 single in the box. That's where it lives.
I mean,
I don't
Speaking
think
of
I've
people
even
making the
opened
argument,
it. I don't think I ever opened it because I have the 12-inch, so there's no need to open it.
oh, did you buy the Target one, Paul? I mean, Tim, did you buy the
I
Target
don't
one?
know if I got the Target one or what one I have, to be honest. And maybe I did buy the Target one. Like
Because
I said,
that's
I
the
had
one
the
that-
12-inch. I wasn't going to buy the 45 too. And I walked into
That's the one
Walmart
that sold out.
months later, and they had one, and I couldn't believe it, so I bought it. I'm like, I can't
We've been
believe this.
talking about Paul for so long that I accidentally called Tim Paul. I was like, "Oh, hi, Paul," and I was like, "No, Tim." I corrected myself.
You know, Mike, I don't think I've ever seen you on camera, Mike.
I've seen some of his older videos, but Mike hasn't posted a video in like forever. He does do videos.
I know it's true. You talk about Billy Vanilli, girl. I know you know.
No,
Oh,
it's
nuts, girl. You
true.
know
I
it's
got
true.
the.
You'd only be nervous for like 10 minutes or something. Then it goes away and it becomes normal.
I almost bought that.
I think mine's clear, but I can't even remember. I never opened it, so
I gotta open mine now.
It might be blue. I did a blue or clear
version now and then.
Wait.
I don't think they ever made a cassette version, did they?
Here we go.
No, they did.
Variant.
They did a cassette of now and then.
Let's see what I got. Womp womp.
Black.
Black like
is
my
a color.
soul.
Black
like
is
my
a color.
soul.
I stand by it now. Now I'm saying black's a color.
Sadly, I did not get the cassette, and I did not get the CD of that.
I didn't get the CD. The CD, I think the CD of all the formats, the CD is probably the hardest to get, even harder than the cassette.
Yeah,
freaking tricker. I'm a Clay Aiken completist, but I refuse to pay $19.99 for that. Me and Ruben Stoddard live at Pensacola State Fair.
Well, Clay Aiken only had one album, so.
Did you see Richie Dolan at the Herman's Heart?
Yes. Oh my God, that was funny.
Mm-hmm.
And the CD never came out in the States. That's another thing.
I said, did Peter pay you off, Richie? And he said yes.
No, if you see the video, Peter Noon turns around. I don't know if Richie was singing the words. I think it was Richie he was talking to. But I think he's singing the words to one of the songs wrong or some shit like that. And Peter Noon goes back and Peter Noon goes back and gives him a CD. He goes back and grabs like 3 CDs and gives them to Richard Dolan. He goes, "Here you go." He's like, "Next time, learn the fucking words."
Oh, he called him out.
It's on the video.
Wow.
It's fucking hilarious. But, you know, you can tell Peter New, it was on good fun. Peter New was having fun with him. But, yeah, he goes back and, like, because he's, like, handing CDs to people in the front, you know, giving them a CD. But he goes and grabs, like, 3 of them and gives them to Richie and goes, "Next time, learn the fucking words."
Yeah. Richie goes to the show and Richie doesn't know the words for the main song. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, there he goes. Yeah, Peter put Dolan on blast.
Well, didn't you say that Dolan? Did you say that Peter New got tired of Dolan, that he just gave him free shit to shut him up?
That's what I heard. I mean, I didn't say it, but I've heard from other people saying.
No, I heard it from other people.
I don't know.
Richie was telling me he got free stuff from Peter New.
Let's give Dolan some credit. He was having a ball. He was having fun. He was yelling and stuff. But
let's
maybe
give him
Peter
some credit.
Let's
give him some credit, guys. You should look up his cover of Rocket Man. It's actually pretty decent. I told Dolan that. It's actually pretty decent.
Peter New said he was running commentary during the show.
That's Richie for ya. That's Richie for ya.
I think they should have done a techno version of Now and Then on the B-side instead of Love Me Do.
Oh my God. A techno version of Now and Then would have been fantastic. Like they have Strokes do it.
If I ever met Peter Noon, I'd get him to sign this. Have any of you guys ever seen this?
No, what is that actually?
It's a band called the Tremblers. And you can see the front man is Peter Noon. This is a new wave band. It's not a bad album. It's pretty good. It's power poppy, new wave, about 1979.
He fits into the look too. The hair.
Yeah.
The hair.
Yeah. You should tell him to sign it, but
and he would he'd probably go, "Oh my God."
No, he'd probably tell you to fuck off too, like he did to Dolan.
He'd probably be like, would it be like, "Oh my God," or be like, "Oh my God"?
No,
everybody gets Herman Herman's album signed.
You'd be like, "Oh my God, Tim Allen, fuck off."
It would be, that's what I'm saying. Would it be like, "Oh my God," or would it be like, "Oh my God"?
My favorite on this, actually, they do a cover of Elvis Costello's Green Shirt, and it's really good. It's my favorite thing on it.
I could just see Peter New looking back and forth going, "Have you actually heard that album, mate?" Did you listen to it?
I know. He's like, "How do you have that album, mate? That's not my favorite album that I did."
Invisible Rays even to give us the timestamp. On the full show, the action starts at 53:50.
I guess I gotta rewatch it again. I gotta rewatch it again tonight.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny. I mean, Peter Noon seemed like he was like having a good time. He was having a good time with the whole front row anyway. You know, like he was grabbing people's he grabs records and signs them while he's singing and shit like that. He has a good time with it.
Does he still have that same band that he's had for like a long time? Like, is his lead guitarist this guy with like longer hair? I can't. He had bangs at one point, I think. He had this good band. When PBS used to do those 60s specials and stuff, he was on one. Davy Jones was on the same show. I think it was Davy Jones' last appearance. Reg Presley may have been on the same show. It might have been his last appearance, televised appearance. But Peter Noon comes on and they do like 3 songs, and they did Henry VIII I Am, and he did like this punk rock version. It was really good. It was fantastic. It was against everything that show was about, but that's why it was so good. And he's doing jumping jacks in the middle of the song, and he's rocking out, and I'm like, this is really good. These guys are good.
Are any of the original Herman's Hermits still alive? Or, I mean, because I know that when he plays, what Peter Noon does, he has like a banner in the background that says Herman's Hermits, and I don't even think it says featuring Peter Noon. It says starring Peter Noon or some shit like that.
No, because none of those guys are the Hermits. He's been playing with this. If it's the same guys, he's been playing with those guys for years. But in the 80s, the guitar player was still, because when I saw Herman's Hermits live, Peter Noon wasn't there. It was just a guitar player. And somebody has since told me that it was the drummer, but they didn't mention that at the time. They just mentioned the guitar player. And I'm like,
what I have more respect for is when you end up having, like, especially now that I'm getting older, all the 80s bands, you know, they're all freaking whatever. But I like it when the lead singer comes out and will actually advertise themselves as so-and-so, the voice of, you know, like the lead singer from ABC. He's done a couple of shows where he says Martin Pry, the voice of ABC, or you have like the lead singer of the Thompson Twins. His name is I forgot what his name is. He's like so and so, the voice of the Thompson Twins. I think that's a little bit more respectable. You know, it's like you know what you're getting. You know, or
you could do Peter Herman and the New Hermits, something like that. You know,
featuring Peter Noon.
Something like that, as opposed to making people. You know, like Foreigner. You go out and there's not one person from Foreigner in the band. You know, it's like
that's freaking horrible. Michael Nolan still, I think, has heart attacks about that. He still like that sticks in his craw. You know,
Michael Nolan,
understandable.
If you're out there, Michael Nolan, your twin is on IG, Joey Brent.
You know, the thing that I don't like actually is like I probably bitched about this before. I'm sure I have. I had bought a CD at Walmart, Foreigner, and it had a bunch of re-recordings. You know, on it. And it was like, it was supposed to be like the best of. I mean, all the other playlists I had bought were great. And then I bought that one. I was like, oh, this is shit. So I had, then that's when I went and had the whole debacle when I bought the freaking Foreigner's Greatest Hits on dirty white boy vinyl. And I was like, wow, that's fucking racist.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, good going, Walmart. I was like, I'm all reverse racism there.
Yeah, Walmart don't care.
Dolan was heard on mic saying, sorry for me talking in the background.
Yeah, Peter Noon gave him stuff. Peter Noon's like, here you go, love. Have some stuff if you stop talking.
Richard loves Peter Noon. So
I like people with integrity. Like when Elvis Costello fired I get them mixed up. 2 of the guys in the band last name were Thomas. It's not Pete, it's the other one. Was it Chris? Not Chris. I forgot his name. The bass player. Anyway, he got rid of him. He's like they never got along. He never loved his playing. He played bass like a lead guitarist, and that's not what Elvis Costello wanted. So he brought in the guy that he's been with ever since, but he changed the name of the band. He's like, okay, get rid of one guy in the band. It's now the imposter, or not? Yeah, no, not the imposter. What are they called now? Now I can't even think. But anyway, he changed the name of the band. Which I like. He's like, one guy changed, and now it's a different band.
Or it could be, you know, you can always end up like making your band like another name and say celebrating the sound of the da da da. You know, that it could be that too. You know, that's right. Dusty Spins, the voice of the Late Night Crew, featuring Tim Allen, the voice of Snap, Crackle, and Pop podcast, and starring Groove Release of the voice of Roseanne Barr.
Roseanne Barr and Lois from Family Guy.
Set and forget it. What are you talking about? Macaroni and cheese.
No, because you're talking about Ronco. You're talking about Ronco, and it just reminded me of that Ronco cover. Yeah, set it and forget it.
There was 2 HH at one point, but PN took them to court. Badges showing for an H&A Hermes gigs with no Peter Noon. There's no.
I did.
No,
I went to one with no Peter Noon, but I gotta tell you, they weren't nearly as bad as the Grassroots were.
It's like there's 2 Gene Loves Jezebels nowadays. I think the brothers, they used to be in Gene Loves Jezebel together. Now there's 2 different ones. But Michael Ashton, is that his name? Ashton? He was the lead singer, the voice of it. And he's got his own. So it's like, I would go pay to see him. I don't need to see his brother on guitar, you know, with a bunch of other guys. Let me go see the guy who sang with a bunch of other guys. You know?
But this isn't a new phenomenon. I mean, people don't know. But in late 67, the left bank, the 2 lane guys in the left bank put up. They couldn't take each other anymore. And what happens now? There's 2 left banks.
Yeah, pretty soon we're going to have 2 Hall & Oates.
You buy the left bank too, and that's one left bank. But all the singles like Goodbye Holly and stuff that came out at that's the other left bank. There's 2 left banks.
the ELO. Now that's a band that I'm wondering if they're going to carry on when he's gone. ELO. That's...
I mean, it's kind of when you have a lead singer that's, you know, as great as Jeff Lynne.
No. Yellow 2 might carry on.
I don't. Probably.
There's 2 ELO bands. There's 2 other ELO bands. There's ELO 2, and then there's another one which actually contains former members of ELO. That's not ELO 2. I can't think of what they're called.
Speaking of ELO and Jeff Lynne, Jeff Lynne is the one that did the remix of Free as a Bird and Will Love for this.
I know, it was horrible.
I feel like if Giles Martin would have done the remix and did the whole thing with John's voice, it would have sounded way better. Because Giles Martin had more time and experience working with that Mal demixing stuff with Peter Jackson than Jeff Lynne did. I don't think I would have trusted Jeff Lynne to do the remixes and all those 2 songs.
How old is Jeff Lynne now?
Close to 80, I think.
Too old. Yeah, he might even be.
Do you think that maybe his hearing's maybe a little bit off or something? Because, I mean, me, it's like, okay, I'm 53. I still work as an audio engineer. I get my ears checked every year. I picked up right away about how low John's voice was. But, with that being said, even though it was low, it was still good. It was a great cleanup. Like I said, it was on par with the rest of them, but it was low.
Again, going back to what I said earlier about, like, all things must pass, that Lynn might have listened to that vocal and said, okay, there's a few iffy parts in there, so maybe he put it in a little bit low on purpose because because it's not he's just singing a demo into a little microphone into a cassette recorder. He's not in the studio singing his heart out, you know, he's just laying down a demo. So his vocal isn't great. It's not going to be, you know, so maybe he did that.
I mean, Paulina, she turned around, she took it through her demixing program. She went ahead and brought the voice out. Now it's corrected. You know, so it's like, you can't tell me with all the multi-millions of dollars that they're probably spending on the project, somebody else could have said, hey, Lynn, that sounds pretty fucking low. Can you bring it up a bit? You know, I did it. Hear it. Yeah.
And I did it before, even back in 2023 when I was doing more experimenting with it. I took the vocal from that original demo, just isolated that vocal, and then I went back to the 1995 version, deleted that vocal, and installed the vocal that I had from it, and made it better. I even played it for Kiddo Tool, and she liked what I did. She's like, John sounds way better on this than he did on the other one. So I think it was just, I think Jeff Lynne just was not trusting his hearing, or was over trusting it, and I think it should have just been done by Giles Martin, because Giles Martin could have like brought it up, and he could have like really made it sound as fuller like what I did with it. Because what I did with the 20 to 5 mix is like I demixed it again, and then I isolated John's vocal, and then I did like a lot of equalization. I added more bass to it, more dynamics to it, so now it sounds stronger. And I posted it on my YouTube channel, and everybody that listened to it all said, "This sounds way better than it did before. You did it justice. Now now this is my go-to version of it." You know.
You know, it's so funny though. It's like I'm not gonna get political, but I'm going to say a political saying. It's like, you know how everybody says, but what about the Epstein files? I think Beatles fans are the same way about Rubber Soul. It's like all these things are coming out. People are like, okay, but what about Rubber Soul? You know, it's like I think people are like the same way. Like every time something comes out, it's like, because I've seen there's a couple other Beatles, like, you know, universe videos, you know, people in that part of the music community or VC, they're all saying the same thing. Like, this is great. It's coming out. But people, the second thing sentence is like, what about Rubber Soul? You know, when are we getting Rubber Soul?
Yeah.
You know, so
they just want to make money.
Sean.
Everything is about money in the world now, and they can make a lot more money selling a $400 box than they can a $200 box. And more people, they think more people will buy it. I'm not sure that's the case, but they think.
I think with the majority, I think the people that will probably buy it are people who are big Beatles fans. You know, that's what I think. Big Beatles fans are people who are just really into the Beatles.
But
yeah,
I think Rubber Soul's even fewer than that. Sorry, Paulina, go ahead.
But having said that, I feel like this could be like the last kind of rogue release that we're gonna get from Apple, because on September 1st, their new CEO comes in, and so it's gonna be interesting to see what the new CEO is gonna be like. Okay, we need to get back to doing those box sets now, and you know, like we need to start focusing on this and focusing on that. So it's going to be interesting to see like how things are going to look in the future with this new guy running Apple.
But you know, yeah, I was going to say, but you know, reading some of some of the Reddit message boards and stuff like that, some people don't seem to have very high expectations of this new CEO. It's like a lot of them are saying like they don't think that. I forgot what they're referring to when it comes to him, where he came from or something. I had read it and forgot about it probably. But they were saying, yeah, a lot of people are saying, well, we don't think this is going to get done. We don't think that's going to get done. We're afraid about him selling this much of the brand or doing this or doing that. You know, there's a lot of like speculation about what he's going to do with the brand.
That's the problem with any company these days. It doesn't really matter who your CEO is. They're beholden to the stockholders. And the stockholders want money, and that's it. So you got to make money, and if you don't make money, you're out. We'll get a new one that'll make money. That's it. It's got nothing to do with the integrity of the company anymore. It's got nothing to do with anything except we want our money. That's it. And
hey, Sean says free as a bird is way too slow. Okay, here's Sean says, I think the changing demographics has a lot to do with all these releases coming out. The boomer gen is getting older. That has to be a factor.
Yeah.
Now, this is something that I've said before. I'm just kind of wondering. I mean, because this CEO is actually really going to have his hands full. Now, what I think they should have done. How old is this new CEO? Do you know, Paulina?
He looks fairly young to me. I believe that he could be either between the age of you and the age of me.
Okay, so somewhere around there. Now, what I'm thinking is maybe they should have got somebody younger, maybe somebody in their 30s, maybe. Reason being, because I think they need someone who's going to have a fresh outlook, a youthful outlook. Okay, yeah. Well, no, maybe late 30s, early 40s.
Yeah, I think he's late 30s.
Yeah, late 30s, early 40s, probably, yeah.
Let me see. I'm looking it up.
They're going to need somebody more youthful to like carry the brand into the next generation.
Maybe, but if you grew up in like the 90s or and then you might go, okay, you might pull a Disney and go, okay, to hell with this physical media stuff. We can make our money somewhere else. That'd be that. I mean,
I
because
often
that's the way
okay.
a lot of these people think. You know,
What I often wonder is what would happen if the Beatles, the Apple brand had turned around and said, you know what, Disney, fuck you, fuck all these other streaming services. We're going to do our own streaming service. We're going to be exclusive. You come there
yeah,
to listen to the albums. Fuck Spotify, fuck Amazon Music, fuck Tidal, fuck all these other ones. You have to come to our
well,
subscription service to hear the albums, see the movies, to see the videos. Everything is under our one subscription service. How would that do?
I would buy
It's
into
like,
that. I would buy into
yeah,
that. Give me two.
there you go. Give me two. It's like,
Yeah.
and then also like just make it interactive, message boards, chats, whatever, stuff like that. I think that would be something that maybe the new CEO should probably look into
Yeah.
going into the next generation, because the next generation is all internet. They're all, social, so it's like, that might be something they might want to
Yeah.
consider, because I'm thinking they're big enough to have their own subscription service. Because I mean, a Star Wars was going to go that way until Disney bought them out.
Hmm.
Because I know that's what Lucas was starting to work on.
that's
Was
that's
it was going to be his own.
that's the problem. When you become worth too much money, then
Mm-hmm.
the options for what's gonna happen to you become limited. If you're not worth so much money, you've got a lot more options. More people will be
Mm-hmm.
interested. More people will jump on board. But when you're
Mm-hmm.
worth like what the Beatles are worth, it's like almost Disney or nobody, unfortunately.
I got
Mm-hmm.
your answer for
Because
you.
I guarantee there's lots of
Uh-huh.
like smaller sort of independent CD or you know distributors or especially from DVDs and Blu-rays and stuff that would love to put out anything the Beatles wanted to and gladly, but they couldn't afford it. You know,
Let me see. Stricker said, what streaming service would be one with all 70's, 80's TV. That would be great.
That would be cool.
That would be great. But I mean, this is my problem with subscription services, going a little bit off kilter here a little bit, is that, like I had said before, I'm getting tired of the fact that I'll turn around and subscribe to one service because I'll be like, okay, they have everything I want to watch. I'm going to subscribe to it. And then next thing you know, after a year, all those shows I've been watching there move on to other ones. And here I am going and chasing it at another place. It's like, I might as well just buy the
yeah,
fuckers on DVDs.
yeah,
Because I was watching DVDs because a lot of people say, no, you want Blu-ray, you want this. Certain TV shows, stick it on DVD, I'm fine. I was watching something on DVD the other day. And I was like, I was watching it on my 4K with the up converter or whatever. And I was like, you know what? This looks fine. It was a
yeah.
TV show I was watching. I was like, this looks fine. It's TV.
I've been
2000s, it
watching
looked
Lazy
about this decent.
lately, and
Yeah,
it
there's
looks
that too.
fine. Good
Hmm.
enough. Good enough.
So yeah,
You don't need.
too much a la carte. Too much a la carte. It's getting to the point where we thought subscription service was going to be the greatest thing. It was going to have us cut the cable
Yeah.
when it comes to came to cable. No, it's starting to cost me more in subscriptions
Yeah, yeah,
than
yeah.
I
No,
should
I
be.
knew that would
So
happen. I predicted that would happen when that started happening. That people were going to wind up paying more for all their streaming services than they did for cable. I
Yep.
predicted that. A long
I
time
found
ago.
your answer. He's 36 years old. The new Apple
You know,
Core CEO.
I don't know about that. I mean, because me, it's like, well, Revolver, great album. I was into Rubber Soul. I'd like a remaster of Rubber Soul. Definitely.
Me
Because
too.
we'll never happy. Revolver was the last album which had some mainstream appeal. They did the math. They won't be able to make a profit on RB. Rubber Soul, I'm assuming. They said RS.
you know what I'd like to
So,
see him do with Rubber Soul, and it's the only
uh,
album I'd like to see him do it with. But I'd like to see them include, a disc or two of outtakes like they did, maybe a mono
mm,
for Rubber Soul, a stereo for Rubber Soul, and the American version
mm.
I think that'd be
because
cool.
it's so different. It's so different and it's so good. I'd like to see him throw the American version in. And
Yeah.
on the CD site you could put mono and stereo. You'd have to pick one for the vinyl probably.
I
But
know.
Um,
Yeah.
the way I feel about that is no to the American version, and this is why. because I want them to put out another box set of Capitol mono albums.
Well, if they're going to do that, then no. I would like to see that too, but I got a feeling they're not going to do it.
You never know.
I would love.
We didn't think we were ever going to get the American albums ever reissued again, but look, we got the mono box set of those albums, so you may never know. It all depends on how the how everything was reviewed on that set. I don't know how the reviews are.
Sales? How well did it do?
Yeah,
that's your bottom line. How well did it do?
Yeah, well, like Sean says here, younger leadership will probably help, but even if they market the Beatles to a younger audience, they will never embrace the band the way the boomer generation did. It's just a nature of evolution. That's what kind of like why I was posing this question. Like, had they stuck around and been, personable and been around for this generation to see, which I mean, Paul's there, Ringo's there, but still, it's like if you think about the Beatles, the only thing this younger generation knows is the old films and the lore, of what the Beatles were. And it's like, I think that's, someone's going to have to be really smart to transition
and
the Beatles into lore
too.
and make it profitable.
Some of the music too.
I
mean, some of the young generation knows some of the music as well.
That's where the trick is going to be.
Well, yeah, but like I said, the main difference between the Beatles and the Stones is the Beatles are nostalgia, and the Stones aren't necessarily with nostalgia.
Yeah, but the Stones, the Stones are still doing albums to this day, which I think is kind of cool. But
that's why they're not nostalgia.
Yeah.
I mean, Sean is correct in saying that the Beatles are, a lot of boomers do like the Beatles and Gen X. I just think that millennials and Gen Z, we like the Beatles, but we're not as, I guess, passionate about it like boomers and Gen X are. Well, I'm not.
Well, me and one of my friends had this conversation.
You're a rarity.
Well, we were talking about the John Lennon box set, the Mind Games. And me and one of my friends, he's a big Beatles fan. And when we were talking about it, I was like saying, okay, well, when it comes to this younger generation, it's like, we were talking about Sean. Was it a cash grab? Was that a cash grab? Because a lot of people say it was a cash grab. Now, I had said, okay, the box was made in limited edition, in limited numbers, and then you had, of course, the CDs, which were plentiful, and the vinyl version. Now, I told him that I think that these are more a work of love for his father that Sean's doing these things. I don't think it's like so much that he's trying to do a cash grab.
No, and his mother. I think and his mother, because that's a kind of a piece of art in a way.
Yeah, I think exactly.
That both of them.
Yeah, because it's not really functional. It's like
it's a piece of art.
It was something. It wasn't really functional. I think it was something that's like this is the way he feels that his father would. The thing really screamed a lot of Sean and a lot of Yoko and some of John. It was John's music. Yeah. But it really seemed like a lot of like Yoko and Sean, the design of it, But like I said, it's them putting all their minds together, and I think it was his love of his father. It was like a passion project,
Yeah, I'm sorry, George, but for me, it was a much better value than the George crate.
The George crate I thought was kind of ridiculous. Why do we need the L's?
Interesting, at least, and worth some money. I mean, to get a real flag and to get, you didn't just get 4 little statues and a little piece of wood you can stick in a book, and that's about all you got. And John, you got books, and you got like I said, a flag, and you got games. You got more value for you. I know it was more money, but you got more for your money too.
It was more like an interactive experience. It was something that was more tactile for your hands and stuff. But if anyone won the box set, the big box set, fucking war, it was fucking Paul McCartney. That fucking singles box set. For one thing, I thought it was practical because I mean, when we figured it out and did the math, didn't it come to like maybe $1 or $2 a single?
No, it came to it came to about $6.50 or $7. But still, in today's market, where singles are going for 15 or 20, that's not a bad deal.
No.
I was gonna say. I mean, it was a big where you're like, the price tag was like, but if you really like broke it down, it was reasonable. It was reasonable.
It wasn't that expensive at all. No, it was reasonable.
Yeah, I think it was worth it. I would say that's definitely worth it.
Listening to this while looking at my box set right now, being so proud of it. I was so giddy when it came into the mail. I was like,
for me, the biggest not worth it thing was the CD set of the CD box of All Things Must Pass. They give you a book. I'll grant you that, and 5 CDs, but you could get the 3 CD set. You're only missing about 30 outtakes or something like that. And the price difference was something like $125 difference between the 3 CD and the 5 CD set. That's ridiculous. For CDs? That was ridiculous. I bought the 3 CD set,
the Paul McCartney, when they actually came out, I mean, it's a bootleg CD set they came out with of all the singles, but some of the bootlegs they made coming out of China, they were really nice looking. It was like, I mean, they're pretty expensive. I don't know exactly. They probably took all of the singles and got them from MP3s for all we know, probably.
Hey, we're smart people.
Yeah, McCartney put it all. You can get it all. It's all on YouTube still to this day.
You want to buy a Chinese boot. You want to buy a Chinese boot. We're very smart
But the
people.
box sets, I mean, they, like I said, the not the box sets, the CDs, they were each in dual CD cases, I think. And I think they cracked them on down to 4. I think dual CD cases or something of that sort. And even though they're bootlegs, they had like, an inner booklet and everything looked really nice. I was really considering you can still get them. I might still get them.
You should.
They seemed interesting.
You should. The Chinese people.
And each and every disc had a certain design to it. Like, one disc had like the Apple design, the other one had like a Parlophone, one had a Capital, one had Columbia, one had a later on Parlophone label, another one had like a later on Capital, and then the ones that Paul created, So the way that they just made that package look was amazing. I was like blown away. I was like, this should have been like an official release.
Well, then that means that someone who actually probably created or designed it was actually a really, really a true fan then. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't just like some, one of like, Lisa's uncles like,
no, it was my uncle. It was my uncle. It was my uncle.
They gave you the pictures of every single, but it was a little bit.
I hate to break it to you, it was my uncle Singh. He did it in El Monte. He had some free time.
No, Huntington Park. That's where it is. No, not Huntington Park, Monterey Park. There you go.
He did it in Monterey Park. He did it in Monterey Park while eating was taking out Panda Express.
But
they're not around anymore. What was the name of that place where you could go and make photocopies and stuff? And they do printing for you?
They have it in Pasadena.
They're not around anymore.
Kinko's? Was Kinko's?
Yeah, Kinko's is still in Pasadena.
Oh, maybe it was Kinko's, but there was another place. Yeah, he made it at the Kinko's in Monterey Park.
Look. My uncle can't drive far, so he most likely would have ended up in Rosemead.
He tried to talk. Lisa, bring me all picture you have of Paul McCartney. Bring Kinko's now.
You know what he did? He messaged me and he was like, "Is this Paul McCartney?" I was like, "Yes, that's the right one," because he almost put an Asian Paul McCartney on the front cover. He found a picture of some guy on Temu and he was like, "Yeah, that'll do."
This is Paul McCartney. He lives in the Philippines.
Yeah, he found a Filipino Paul McCartney. And I said, "Here's Ringo, here's George and John."
Hey, Dave. This sounds like the Taylor Swift variants. Hey, guys, we have another 40 variants coming our way, I'm sure. Paulina's going to freaking want to tear my head off when I say this shit. She was on her boyfriend's podcast.
Yep.
And, and she was doing the whole thing. I mean, I'm probably being an asshole because, I've never been a recording artist that has lost their masters, which I'm pretty sure it's got to be traumatizing. Okay, kick me in the ass. But the only thing that I saw, because I dislike her, sorry, I do, was when she was crying about, "I got all my masters back. I got all my masters." The only thing that I was hearing, she's like, "I got my masters back. Oh my God, I'm so going to fuck my fans for more variants. It's going to be so great." That's the only thing I saw. That's the only thing that I saw was like, she's like, they're gonna buy all these variants. It's gonna be beautiful. Oh my god!
You know what?
Hold me, baby.
I'll
Hold me.
agree with you with that. I'll agree with you with that because Taylor Swift, as a fan, it's fucking overkill with all the variants that she does. Like, fuck me with a coal in the ass. Too many variants.
Fuck you with a coal in the ass?
I don't know why.
But you know what? Like I said, I'm a fucking hater. But if I was in her position, would I do the same?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know. So
no, I'm just saying I love Taylor Swift. Don't get me wrong, but I just think there's too many variants. I just think there's way too many variants. But I love her. I mean, I have Midnight and I love her.
Is to me too big. She's made enough money. She doesn't need to go in.
No, she needs more money.
Like as far as when she re-recorded a bunch of stuff.
More money, fucker.
I can understand bands like Squeeze doing that and Blondie. They didn't make that much money. So okay, now you go and you record all the stuff and you put it out. And you make a little more money and you hope advertisers use that version instead of the. I get that. But when somebody's made as much money as she has, as big as she has, you don't need to be doing that. I'm sorry.
I mean, how much is she worth now? I mean, how many millions of dollars?
She's
Billions.
Billions. Okay, it's time to slow it down. But she's not going to. She's not going to.
I mean, why would she slow it down when she's doing so well and she's like one of the most successful women out there in the music industry? I just think, the thing about Taylor Swift is she may not be sonically the best singer around, but every album that she's done has charted on the Billboard charts, and every album she's done has sold.
Every song on the album is charted on the Billboard charts.
I mean, she said
more about the Billboard charts than it does her.
No, but she said so. She said so herself. She said so herself that she wasn't sure that the Taylor's versions were going to sell, that the fans were going to, be behind it. But once she released it, she realized that the fans, they will buy anything she puts out.
It set a precedent. It set a precedent for her to be like,
yeah.
Oh,
but I mean, her new album, I have high hope for it. I hope it's better than Torture Poets Department. Yeah, me and Paulina are deftone juvenile.
Like I said, you can go ahead and have at it, Dave, because like I said, I turned around and talked against her once, and I felt the wrath of the Swifties, man.
You had the middle-aged Swifties at you. The middle-aged.
Yeah, I was like, damn.
I don't get it. I mean, I've heard one of her albums, and I thought it was okay, to be honest, just okay. But all these
I didn't think it was okay.
Oh my God, she's the most beautiful one. I don't think she's even attractive. It's one of my things. I don't get that part of it. I don't find her attractive at all, to be honest. So
Tim, I talked against her, and I swear to God, Swifties came out. And you know what the thing is? As soon as you talk against her, most women, I'm not going to say all women, most women will turn around and they will label you misogynistic, and they'll say, "You're a woman hater." I'm like, I'm not a woman hater. Saying, "She's a successful woman. You just can't stand to see a successful woman." Blah, blah, blah. I said, Tina Turner. I mentioned all these other names.
Successful enough. Where you can stop, re-recording all of your songs so you can make more money.
That's where she lost me. I think that's where she lost me, because I wasn't as much of a hater until she started coming out with Taylor's versions. That's when I really became a hater.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I was one of those people.
And she's lucky it worked, because all the precedents before that. I mean, look at. Sorry, Paulina, but look at "Give My Regards to Broad Street," an album that is ridiculed, and it is largely because he re-recorded. Most of that album is him re-recording his own song. It did not go over well.
Fuck that.
Sorry,
oh, man.
It didn't.
I know. I give my regards to my toilet every day. I give my regards to my toilet.
Oh man. Yeah, but I think that's kind of like where, like I said, that's where I lost it was when she did those. But the thing is, the thing that I had to tell myself too is like, once again, I've never been in a situation where I've lost, all of my masters and stuff like that. So if being in the same situation, would I have done the same thing? So it's like, like I said, even with that, I guess I'm on the fence. I'm being wishy-washy because it's kind of like, well, you know what? She did get all her shit stolen from her, and she didn't make money off that for all those years.
Most artists don't own their masters anyway. This is one of the problems with the record industry. You sign a record contract. That contract specifically tells you that the cost of recording the album will come from your end of what you make. And then when it's all said and done, we will own the master. That's the way it works. So,
no. Well, here's the whole story about that, because I think everybody's getting that story wrong. And that is, when Big Machine was about to sell her masters, she wanted to buy the masters. She wanted to buy them herself. But then the company, Big Machine, decided, no, we're not going to sell it to you, but we're going to sell it to Scooter Braun. And they're like, well, why are you not going to sell it to me? I have the money. I'll pay you the money. They're like, no, we want to sell it to Scooter Braun. So that's when everything went bad on that whole thing. That's when she had to go, and she was like, and when she was trying to negotiate with Scooter Braun to get the masters after he bought it, he was being like a misogynistic asshole to her, saying, no, I'm not going to sell you the masters, and I'm going to make money off of these, and you're not. So that's what encouraged her to go off and do the Taylor's version. It wasn't.
What I'm saying is, every artist has that, though. Almost no artists own their masters. Almost none. It's almost
I mean, but okay, like what you said, Paulina. Now, would you say that's the reason why most people, whenever you talk against, Taylor Swift, do they feel that you're taking kind of like his side on things? So that's the reason why that's the first point they go to, is that you're misogynistic?
I really don't think that's why we defend her. I think it's basically because, like, she is like a young girl. She's a young woman, and it is this kind of thing, especially with the whole political climate, where we do have a precedent that says if a woman is standing up for herself, she's apparently a bad woman. Like what he was saying about Clinton and Harris and stuff like that. So in a way, it's sort of like if it wasn't that kind of political climate that we have now, then I don't think people would have been attacking her. But because we're living in a climate where it has now been normalized to
tell you, people were attacking her before Trump was reelected.
Actually, no. I don't think the hate. I don't think the hate for her was big when he was before he was president.
I disagree.
There were people before Trump was president. There were people saying that she writes too much about her exes. That her albums are always about exes, and she doesn't write about anything else.
Sean, you're right. I have read about this too, that she does take very, very good of her employees. She does take very good care of her employees. So just thought, but it could be more than just her own ambition. She employs hundreds of people, and they become like family after a while. She many feel the responsibility to keep them working. Well, I know that she gives out huge bonuses. Yeah. She gave out huge bonuses after the tour to the workers. I mean, we're all the way down to the caterers. Got huge bonuses.
She is a really generous person. She gave 100,000.
I'll be right back.
She gave like 100. She gave like 100,000 to her the touring people, the people who were working with her. She gave 100,000, and she paid them. And then when I think a girl had suddenly died and couldn't make it to a tour, and her and Travis Kelce donated money to her GoFundMe. So Taylor Swift has always been very generous with her money. Yeah. And who she's given money to. Taylor Swift, I feel the thing I don't like is people feel like Taylor Swift has to talk about political stuff. She doesn't owe anybody anything when it comes to her political aspirations. If she doesn't want to talk about it, she doesn't have to. She's an artist. She does music. I've been seeing that in the news lately. People are like, oh, Taylor Swift is not talking about Palestine. Taylor Swift's not talking about
no artists should. I'm sorry.
No, I don't think they should. I think, Taylor Swift in her own right, she can talk about whatever she wants, but we cannot deny the fact that Taylor Swift has staying power. Her fans will continue to support her. She has staying power. Her records will continue to sell. I personally was not a fan of Taylor Swift until 1989. I was not into her country stuff. It's when she did her pop albums. I was like, ooh, I like them. Her country stuff, I still don't really care much for her country stuff. That's just my opinion.
I go as far back as Fearless with her.
Yeah.
Once I heard stuff like Love Song and You Belong With Me and a few other tracks, I was like, this girl is on something. This girl is special. She is really gonna make it in this business, and I feel like she's gonna be around for a very, very long time. And
yeah, she's been doing it for a while.
Once she did the next album, which was what was it, Speak Out or Red, and Speak Now, and then that was a great album, and then each album just kind of started to get better and better. But I do agree with like how people do poke at her about writing about exes, and I feel I think that's something that does turn people off, and
it does.
It would turn me off too. But then again, who doesn't write about an ex?
I mean, if you think about it, people like Bruno Mars. Mars, When I Was Your Man, he wrote about an ex that he was with, and a lot of men have wrote about exes, and nobody has batted an eyelash.
I mean, the biggest fucking song about writing about an ex was "Cry Me a River" by Justin Timberlake.
And don't forget the stuff that don't forget the stuff that Stevie Nicks wrote about Lindsey Buckingham back in the day.
Yeah.
Besides.
But if you think about it, like Taylor Swift has been doing this since she was 17. She's been in the music industry since she was 17, and I still hate that Tim McGraw song, but that's besides the point.
How did a Beatles conversation turn into a Taylor Swift?
Because you got two women on here who are Swifties. You got two women on here who are Swifties.
I didn't bring it up. That guy right there brought it
up. When he said that, I was like thinking, wait, how did we get here? I was like, wait a minute.
You brought it up. You brought up something that I know a lot about, which is Taylor Swift. So I appreciate
I think I brought it up as something to reference to something we were talking about Beatles. It had something to do with it. I forgot what it was.
Well,
I forgot where I was at.
Our streams, I tell you, our streams go from Beatles to Taylor Swift to Bruno Mars.
This was supposed to be a Beatles stream.
It was, but okay. Let's talk about how Paul McCartney has nice hair.
He doesn't anymore. But anyway.
What are you talking about? I don't know. You said you want to talk about the Beatles.
Well, no, it was supposed to be about a what if Beatles thing.
I mean, let's ask the chat. What would you want the Beatles to come back? Ask the chat.
Well, I mean, like I had said earlier to Paulina, like I said, I don't think you were here, Tim. I had, in comparison to a band that is out now, I was talking about My Chemical Romance. Now, that band had broken up. The fan base wanted them back so badly. I mean, they were rabid to have them back. Thing is, the band has been back for almost 10 years now, right? Mm-hmm. They have not recorded a new album. One piece of new music is all we've got from them. Yeah. They've been going on tours. They've gone on 2 tours so far. 2 full tours.
Yeah.
Where they played nothing but old songs. This tour, they're on a big tour right now, which actually Pilmer, I think, is going to see them in Chicago because Devo's opening up for them. They're playing the Black Parade, which is their magnum opus, of course.
Yeah.
But, the album's like 10, 13, 14 years old.
The album is 18 years old.
Yeah, so a lot of fans are saying, why aren't they releasing new music? Are they afraid that if they come out with a bad album, that they're going to ruin their legacy? Are they going to ruin their legacy? And people will see them the same way. So that was the reason why I posed that question about the Beatles, saying, if the Beatles had stuck around, could they have had a couple bad albums that would have ruined their legacy?
Here's
we wouldn't
the thing.
about them.
Don't do a bad album. Take your time and don't do a bad album. You know,
it happens.
You take your
It
time.
happens.
If you're a decent artist and you take your time, you won't come out with a bad album unless you just get influenced badly or something. Most bad albums are done in a hurry or are sophomore efforts or something like that. Where, you know, okay, you had 10 years to write your first album. Now you've got 6 months to write your second album and record it. Go. You know, I mean, that's where bad albums come from.
Well, I mean, you know what the sophomore curse basically is. The sophomore curse basically is that the first album is all the material that they've been performing in the clubs over and over again, so they know it like the back of their hand. So they go in there and they record the albums really quick because they're able to do it really quick. Sophomore, they have to take a little bit more time, like you said. They have to write the songs. They have to come up with new material. That's the reason why a lot of bands, that's where their talent really comes through, whether they're talented or not.
Which is why the Beatles were so good. Which is why the Beatles were amazing, actually, because how many songs did they have to write? Real by today's standards, really, their whole career is really quick by today's standards.
I
mean, they rarely wrote a bad song. I mean,
like what, a decade? You know, less than a decade.
Less 7 years. The Beatles recorded for 7 years.
Yeah. And I mean, they did you got to give them a huge impact in 7 years. Huge impact. They changed music.
7 years is crazy. I think, you know, going back to My Chemical Romance, I think they are so complacent with the Black Parade because that is their, you know, magnum opus.
It's a safe zone. It's their safe zone.
It's their safe zone. And
not to bring them up, but clearly right now, the biggest tour going on in the world is Oasis. And supposedly they have done a new album. Liam let that slip.
Yeah,
so
they have.
We'll see what happens. But they are the biggest. I mean, look at them. Every show is a sellout, and they're fantastic. And I haven't seen one person go, "Oh, I just saw Oasis and they sucked." Not one. As bad as people love, as much as people love to go on YouTube and go, "Oh man, I just saw this and it blew," and blah. I haven't seen one of them.
See, now Oasis, I think, falls in a different area for me. Like I said, I could just be a fucking hater. Oasis falls in that area where I don't like their attitudes, and since I don't like their attitudes, it's like it shuts my ears to their music. Which I probably should just shut my mouth and just listen.
Their attitudes have changed, for one thing. They're grown up. They're grown-up men now, and their attitudes have changed.
Yeah, so that's the reason why I'm thinking maybe I should shut my mouth down and just like listen to them.
But beyond that, you know, especially the first 4 albums, because I count the I forget what it's called, but the B-side singles as an album. I think it's one of their best albums, and it's all B-sides. When you can do 3 albums and then have enough B-sides to do a 4th album, and it's as good as the first 3 albums you've done, you're a pretty good band. You know, and that's what they did.
I mean, I love Oasis. Am I Oasis core? Look what I got. I could go to an Oasis show with this outfit I got. I got an Adidas. Look, it says Adidas on it.
You're ready for Korn or Oasis, one or the other.
No, my sister Angela is going to see Oasis in September, and I told her, "Would you like to borrow my Oasis?"
I have to tell my Kimva story again. I told it on Doc's chat, but I got to tell it again. I was at Johnny G's last night, and Johnny G played the song "Handyman." And next thing you know, there's Kimba, and it says, "Did somebody mention Handyman?" And I just
you just mentioned maintenance guy. She's there, handyman. There you go.
Brilliant. She must have like feelers out for every handyman mention on the internet, and she's there. Boom. It was pretty amazing. That was
you know what fun. I picture? I picture Kimba in her off time when she's lounging. She has like a computer system with like 4 or 5 screens, and she has 4 or 5 chats up at the same time. And when somebody mentions maintenance, she's like, "Hey, that's for me right there. They're calling me." There you go.
No, it's just perfect timing. The timing couldn't have been any better. And I'm probably the only one in the chat that got it. But I was like, "Oh my god!"
I gotta ask you, Kimba, what kind of maintenance man? What kind of maintenance man are you seeking? Are you seeking an electrician?
Schneider, one day at a time. You know, that's really, I always thought that freaking Bizarro should did a Halloween show where he dressed up like Schneider.
I feel like
Oh,
Bizarro.
that would have been
I
hilarious.
feel like he could have dressed up as a plumber, Bizarro.
You
I
know, the
don't
whole thing
why.
with like the cigarettes rolled up in the sleeve, the tattoo, stuff like that. I thought it would have been great if Bizarro would have did that. Let me see. I was going back to this. James Farley said it would be great if REM got back together and made a good record. I don't think they ever made a bad record, in my opinion.
No.
REM made nothing but great
I
albums.
think a couple towards the end weren't very good, but the last two were really good. But like Oasis, I think Oasis made a couple of albums, but their last two were fantastic, but too little too late. Same thing with REM. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
REM was not big on touring, though. They were not
No.
very big on touring at all. They let the music speak for itself. They didn't feel like they had to promote it, I think.
They're still all friends. And in fact, I think they did a show. I think I heard they did a show, I don't know, 6 months, a year ago. Just one show, one small show. And even Dave Barry was back. It was all four guys in REM.
Yeah, they did a show with that actor, Michael Shannon. He has a band, and they did a show out in Georgia, and all the guys came back. Peter, Bill, Michael, and Mike. And he did like all that stuff. I think he did like Radio for Europe or something like that.
Somewhere down south, I can't remember. Somewhere near Tommy, who does Tommy's Musical Adventures, lives. There's a town and had an REM day, and 3 of them showed up for REM day. Dave Barry didn't, but the other 3 showed up, which is pretty impressive. That they all showed up for REM day. It's like, wow,
Michael Stipe is making a solo, just barely. He hasn't ever released one, has he?
No,
I don't think so.
No, he never has.
I think that's kind of long overdue, I would think.
Well, that used to be the joke. That was the joke when they broke up. People that didn't like REM, the joke was, oh, thank God REM broke up. And then they're like, oh, God, 4 solo albums. that was the joke.
Well, I am one who actually believes that. I think record companies are onto it when a band's about to break up. Usually bands will break up sometimes, most of the time, at the end of their contract. When their contract's up and it's time to renegotiate, that's when a lot of bands decide to call it quits. I think what ends up happening is I think the record company is smart enough to see this band is about to hang it up, and they start hitting up the lead singer right away.
Yeah.
About, hey, you know what? We know things aren't going so good in your camp, but you know what? Maybe if we can end up getting you to
I don't think the band has to break up to do that. I think they did that.
Well, yeah, not necessarily.
No, they don't. No, they don't have to. They don't have to break up. There's plenty of bands that do solo albums.
But you end up having some bands that are so immature, or that they are so full of their own selves and their own egos that they won't let their lead singers record a solo album without having an attitude or being funky about it.
But sometimes you need to do that. Sometimes you need to do that.
Like, I'll tell you, the guys who like really showed, hopefully they've matured since then, but they really showed some small dick energy was Metallica. When Jason Newsted turned around and decided he was just going to do this little side project, because he wanted to do kind of like the alternative college rock type thing with his band called Echo Brain. Freaking Lars and Hetfield, they freaking turned around and did not want him to do it. They said, no, you're going to ruin the legacy of freaking Metallica. No, you're Metallica. You can't be doing this other thing. They jumped all over him, and he quit over it. That was one of the reasons why he quit, 'cause he says, I'm being stifled. My creativity is being stifled.
Yeah.
He's like, I had great years with Metallica, but you know what? I kind of want to do something different.
Yeah, I mean, Lars has always had small dick energy.
Let me take this back to the Beatles and back to where we started. If it was the climate of today, or even 20 or even 30 years ago, when people started doing side projects and stuff, think about it. The Beatles might not have broken up if they could go do a couple side projects or two and then get back together and make another album and nobody would say anything. The Beatles might not have split up. You know what I mean? They just needed a break. They just needed some time apart.
Like maybe a new Beatles album, maybe like 4 or 5 years. New Beatles album, maybe like every few years, maybe every 5 years. And the guys did their own thing.
They allowed that luxury back then,
James said, have any of you watched No, I haven't. I didn't even know they had a new podcast.
No.
How about the Smiths? Would they have been so important if they kept going? I ain't even gonna go there.
There's gonna be that one girl that went to Amoeba and bought a One Direction over the Smiths.
No, the Smiths. Morrissey's ego was just too big for the Smiths. Too big for the Smiths, and now he wants back when he wants money. So
no, he's
Morrissey left the Smiths because they insisted on playing live, and he was always chilly. So
he was always chilly, and he couldn't handle that they had hot dogs. He got mad when they had hot dogs. He's like, "No hot dogs for me."
I'm not playing an outdoor gig in 68-degree weather.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Are you crazy?
The Greek theater because it was 70 degrees. I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Ray, step back from the ledge. Do not jump. He's saying Terrence is dead. Liam dead. Mike Berry dead. It's all too much. Step back from the ledge, Ray. Step back.
They're talking about Liam Payne.
Hi, Dave. Mm-hmm. Hi, Dave. On the other hand, other side of the coin, why does Motley Crue keep coming back like a case of head lice?
Exactly.
Because as soon as they make it, they spend it. And I think that's what's wrong with them. They make it, they spend it, and I think they really need to replenish their funds. That's why they keep coming back.
Let's be honest. Vince Neil needs to hang it up. He does not look good. Vince Neil needs to hang it up.
Not even on biblical times did a band last longer than 12 years max. I feel like the revival of Oasis with the Beatles reunion would... Oh. What is going on here? I hear keys back there. I feel like the revival of Oasis, what the Beatles reunion would have been like, but obviously bigger. That's a good observation.
I mean, the Oasis is out here in LA right now because they're having a pop-up, and they're selling Adidas merch in LA right now for the concert coming up in September.
I think the Beatles' legacy benefited from the band breaking up. They never did a bad album. They are forever young. It was a good timing from his start. Yeah.
I agree.
Definitely. 100%. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not arguing with that. I'm just saying if it was different times, maybe they could have just stepped apart for a couple of years, done some cool stuff, and got back together. But you didn't do that back then, you know.
No, you didn't.
But you really have to think about it. Is that the last album that they recorded together was Abbey Road, and the final song on that album is The End. It's like, how do you go forward with a song by doing a song like that? It's like,
excuse me just a moment.
That whole song, The End, just felt like if this is like if I was in a band and I had a song like The End and I put it out, I would have felt like that would have been like the best last statement to put out as a band. It's like I would never see myself like, I can't do another album after doing a song like that. After putting out, it just
like
wouldn't.
Doing their final gig and then deciding later they wanted to keep touring. Oh wait, that happened.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of like, and I don't know how many of you out there are fans of the whole Jane Silent Bob stuff, but I feel like they kind of ruined their whole legacy by doing Clerks 2 and Jane Silent Bob reboot and then doing a third Clerks. I feel like that last movie that they did, Jane Silent Bob Strike Back, was like the best last movie that they could ever do with those characters. It's just not fun to see middle-aged guys trying to go out and trying to do snoochie butchies ever again. Same with the Beatles. It's like, you know, Abbey Road was like the greatest last album that a band could ever put out. No other band could ever say like, oh, we went out, our careers ended with the greatest album we could ever make. There's no band like that. I know people trying to, like, let's say for instance, XCC. Their last album was called what was it? Apple Venus 2 or Wasp, something like that. I listened to it.
Oh, I think.
Yeah, I listened to that. I was like, if they would have broken up, I think None Such would have been like the best last album they could have put out. I don't think Apple Venus and Wasp something was.
I think the demos were better. But anyway, I just thought of this. I don't think any band could have a better beginning or end than the Beatles. Just think of the Beatles ended with "and in the end, the love you make is equal to the love you take." They started with 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, perfect. Yeah, I mean that's perfect. That's bookending the Beatles' career. Is 1, 2, 3, 4, and I mean that's perfect. How could you beat that?
It's like being at a concert. It's like, you start off with this song like 1, 2, 3, 4, but she's just 17, and then ending it with, and in the end, the love you take is equal to the love you make, and it goes to this beautiful ending, and then that's it. That's the end, right there. Thank you and good night.
Except you tack Your Majesty on the end, but they didn't do that. They didn't do that. Their engineer did that, and they just left it.
What are you talking about, Invisible Ray? Olivia Harrison is a dog? Okay, whatever. I mean, what kind of dog would she be? Would she be like a Shih Tzu? Would she be a Cane Terrier? A Chihuahua? If we're going to talk about dog breeds, I know a lot of dog breeds. Yeah.
But I will tell you one thing. Even though Let It Be was like the last album that they put out, they should have gone with this cover. Not that. They should have gone with
Well, again though, they were promoting the film. They're always promoting something, and the other one probably promotes the film better. But yeah, I can't disagree.
Makes you wonder a lot about these albums released after artist has passed. Jimi Hendrix, Elvis, and so on. Would they approve it, or is it done to appease the fans? That's a good question.
I don't think they would approve it. Most artists don't want their outtakes out there, but
no.
I mean, Elvis has had more albums released posthumously than he had in his lifetime.
Same with David Bowie. David Bowie's had a lot of albums released.
No. He hasn't had
well, for Record Store Day. Yeah, for Record Store Day. They do a lot of things for him on Record Store Day.
Yeah, but all that was available beforehand. Like that.
He's only been dead, not.
But the Doors have done a lot of it.
Elvis has been dead, almost 40 years.
But I just know that on the Record Store Day, it's always like
okay, there goes that tunnel sound that Lisa was talking about.
What tunnel sound?
Okay, sound like you were in were you talking? Because I thought I heard like.
Yeah.
Is my sound off?
It was the teachers from Peanuts talking.
Yeah.
Okay, bring up another subject. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have something you want to say, Paulina? I'm sorry.
No. I was like saying.
Okay, I was gonna say bring up another subject. How much can we trust the record companies now that AI is on the scene? That these little tapes will start popping up about, oh, well, John had vocals that he did for this, so we're going to use this. John left vocals behind of this. And so George left vocals behind of this. And we're going to believe what they say, and they're using AI-generated vocals to create new songs. For the fan base.
I only listen to stuff now pretty much before that whole AI thing started. I'm not.
Right. We can't trust
we can't trust the record company because there was a group that was released that was all AI. Did you hear about it?
Yeah, but that wasn't a record company.
It wasn't. But what I'm saying is, if a group that's all AI can make people believe that's a real group, what?
I would think that Sean would have enough integrity to be like, no, that's not real. Because I would say if Sean wasn't around, Julian wasn't around, and Yoko passed, maybe they'd be able to get away with it.
Yeah.
Because Paul doesn't fully know if there's tapes over there that Yoko has. Yoko, they could easily say, oh, we found this amongst Yoko's possessions or whatever, and stuff like that. We found like 13 new songs. We found a whole new album, But I think that Sean would be like, no, that never happened.
Yeah.
because they're not real.
If
So I
they
don't think we have to worry about that.
AI and they're honest about it, I don't mind.
Uh-huh.
Like a few years
Mhm.
ago, before this whole AI thing started, this
Mhm.
guy posted this track by George called "Fear of Falling," fear of
Mhm.
flying. Excuse me, fear of flying, and he took it from a minute and a half demo. George's demo was
Uh-huh.
only a minute and a half, and he finished this track. Didn't use any
Uh-huh.
AI. It wasn't around yet. He played all the instruments
Mhm.
himself. He did background vocals. He did everything himself. He fully admitted this, and
Yeah.
it's good. It's one of my favorite George songs, to be honest. It's a really
Mhm.
good song. He took this vocal and he fleshed it out, and vocal and acoustic guitar is all it was, and he fleshed it out, and he repeated verses, and it's really good. That I don't mind if you're honest about it.
Okay, now when Pauline comes back, I want to ask her a question because I want to see what her reaction would be to this. But I'll ask your reaction while you're here. I'm pretty sure that you're going to say fuck to the no. I know that Tim would. Now, what if they came out with, they said, okay, we completely did an AI album of either John, George, whatever, and they're perfectly honest about it. We did a whole AI album, but we're sticking in their photographs and this and that no one's ever seen, blah, 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 blah. But it's a completely AI album of how George would have made it. And they come out with it. It's a decent price. See, it's like a $40, $50 little set.
No, no.
When you buy it, you'd be like,
God.
fuck no. Not even for like rare pictures or anything, right? Okay.
No, I wouldn't take it for free. No, I'm not. I'm not interested. I'm not interested.
Even
Uh-huh.
even if it was endorsed by Danny himself, I still would have been like,
Yeah,
no.
yeah. Now,
See, okay, Paulina got me. I thought Paulina would be the one saying, nah, I probably would.
There was a guy. He got taken off.
Uh-huh.
Him and his wife were from Liverpool. They had a
Uh-huh.
little channel, and they were using AI to make
Uh-huh.
track. Okay, and they're fully
Okay.
upfront about it. They did as many videos with just him and his wife in it as they did with songs, and they would
Mhm.
say how they did it. And he's like, and he could make his voice sound like Paul's and John's pretty easily. And he thinks it's because he's from Liverpool, so the accent's right. He
We
thinks
should have
that's
him go on double
why.
speed.
He thinks that's why it worked.
Mhm.
But I recorded one of the songs and I saved it. He did a duet with
Uh-huh.
Paul and John doing Crippled Inside. And John sings half of it and Paul sings half of it. And
Uh-huh.
you'd swear it was McCartney. He didn't use John's vocal either. Yeah, you listen to it and it's not the same. And Paul even talks a little bit in the song, and you'd swear it's McCartney circa 1971 talking. The guy did an incredible job on this, and he played all the instruments and everything himself. And he didn't use it; he only used AI to change his voice.
Mhm.
John and Paul. Using both
I know
parts.
that there's another channel that's on YouTube. It's a Beatles channel where they use AI to have Beatles redo songs from today. I think the channel's dedicated to. I don't know how they get away with having that channel, but it's a channel dedicated to just that. And I think the Beatles sing or whatever. I forgot what it is. If I look it up someday, I'll send you guys a link or something like that to Messenger. But yeah, they do AI.
When I was in college, and this was like before the AI thing was ever happening, someone posted a video on YouTube, and it was very funny. It was the Beatles, and they showed them in a rooftop, and apparently they were doing "Telephone" by Lady Gaga. And I was like saying, "What is this?" And the guy made it sound like Paul McCartney was taking the lead vocal. He was like, "I get a thing. Stop talking, I don't want to sing anymore. I got my head and my heart in the dance floor, babe.
What the fuck?
I'm going to the telephone, babe, Jojo."
He lost the telephone name.
I mean, I'm all for Beatles doing songs, but Lady Gaga, what the fuck?
Honestly, I think the
It was
just
good.
cool.
It was good. I still have that
I'll go
video.
look it up.
I don't know if it's still there, but I have it on my. I have it on my Dropbox.
I'm willing to suffer and listen to
and I will search it guys later.
I gotta hear that. Honestly, I think AI is just another tool. Will it change the way people write music? Probably. Didn't tech already change the way we listen to music? Yes. Techno is only possible because of technology. AI. Do I think what they're going to do with AI is I think they're going to do basically use what the future of AI is going to be kind of like Jurassic Park. They're going to use it to complete the DNA strands. That's what they're going to do. Hopefully that's the only thing they use it for.
Well, I was watching earlier why I wasn't here because you came on early and I didn't know this, but I was watching Material Issues and they had Christami on the DBs.
Oh, okay.
And they asked him about AI and what he thought about it. Every question, he was funny. Every question, he's like, I don't think I'm your go-to guy for this question. And then they'd press him and he'd be like, okay. Yeah. And he said, he kind of agreed with that. He said it's just the technology, in the 80s when all the synthesizer technology came out and artificial drums came out and people didn't know what to do with it. And at first they sounded like they sounded terrible and then they figured it out. And eventually it faded away to real musicians again. And he thinks it will always come back to real people. And I kind of hope he's right. I'm agreeing with him and I kind of hope he's right that we're going to go through this period, but eventually it's going to go back to real people playing real music.
Well, I mean, you can end up having the thing like Paul McCartney. Like a lot of people say Paul McCartney's voice is not up to snuff right now. They're saying it's not. Now, would you be okay with Paul McCartney going into the studio recording an album and using AI to make him sound clean? I mean, for ages and ages, I mean, they've been using all kinds of like filters and stuff like that.
I got a feeling there's already some auto-tune on McCartney. There's definitely auto-tune on Ringo, I've heard. But it's almost everybody. You name an artist and they're using auto-tune on them. It doesn't matter how good they are. The record company's still going to go, whether they want them to or not, still going to go and put auto-tune on everything. That's the music business today. And the artist
you should have a t-shirt that says "fuck me," right? Ringo should have a t-shirt that says "fuck me," right? Everybody, no, that's true what you're saying though. Yeah, definitely. But I don't know. I think that was all.
Well, I would like to see McCartney do before he's too old. Is to go back and do some of these songs that have never come out, that were never finished, that have a decent enough lead vocal on them, and finish them. And not necessarily sing new vocals, but put new everything else on them and make them really good tracks and put it on an album that way with vocals from when he could still sing. And because there's some really good unreleased McCartney songs out there. There's at least one very good solid album's worth of McCartney out there that could be finished and put out.
You know what I always found interesting, and I own them though because I'm a big Joni Mitchell fan, was when Joni Mitchell took a lot of her famous songs and she re-recorded them, but she didn't clean them up. She used the voice that she has now after all the years of smoking and everything else. So you could tell it was an old lady singing these songs. Same song she sang in her youth. And it was like, they just became more poetic and more like, kind of like reached and grabbed your soul and pulled it out, type thing. So maybe McCartney could do something like that with some of his younger songs, re-record them in his voice the way it is now. Showing his fragility.
I maybe I don't know about Joni Mitchell. Joni Mitchell wrote different kind of songs. Like a lot of people have said. Joni Mitchell was like 20 or 21. Maybe she wasn't even 20 yet when she wrote Both Sides Now. How does a 20-year-old write Both Sides Now? How is she that smart and that world-weary at 20 to write that song? I mean, that's why that works when she's singing it in a much older voice, because of what the song is.
Yeah, I don't think people want to hear Band on the Run in an old man's voice, probably, but, or something like that.
Check the private chat.
Okay. Let me take a look here.
Oh, fudge, no. I heard Creep. I listened to Beatles doing "Creep" by Radiohead, I was deeply disturbed. Deeply disturbed. But I'll give this one a chance. I'll give it a chance. I love Lady Gaga. I will I will fight for Lady Gaga on the hill, but well,
Okay, let's see here.
oh my god.
Let me download it.
Yeah. I'm prepared. I'm prepared to like it. I'm prepared to be on the fence about it.
This should be pretty funny. Hold on.
It probably will. I'll probably get a good LOL out of it.
Let me see if it
Remember,
will let me...
remember, people, this is pre-AI.
Yeah,
So-
and I mean, I don't really care for that telephone song by Lady Gaga, but you know, it is what it is.
Okay, let me see if it's going to let it play. Tell me if you guys hear it. I'm going to turn it up a little bit in the mix here. And make sure that I put this in the preferences to play back on this.
One
Audio. Device. Go into cable input. Thank you so much. Save. Tell me if you hear it. Oh, wait.
I hear it.
Okay, that's good. Do you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay, wait a second. You know what? Let me restart it because I didn't realize it was video. I thought it was just audio. Hold on a moment.
Yeah, it's video.
Okay, let me go ahead and share the video. Okay.
Okay, I don't hear it anymore.
Okay, wait, so hold on a moment. Okay. Maybe I have to restart it. Hold on. Because I just changed it to that.
Hello, hello,
Yeah.
hello. I cannot hear you.
Okay, there you go. Now you should be able to hear it. And let's bring it up in the mix here. Let's bring that up in the mix.
There it is.
And now you hear it, but you don't see it.
We don't see it.
Yeah.
Get it together, Dusty. Get it together. Okay, here we go. Share entire screen. There we go. Share and that was fucking awesome. I liked it.
That was interesting.
That was good.
That was very
Yeah.
interesting.
Oh, that was good. That was good.
I rewatched it a few times when it first came out. I was like, this is genius. I love this.
Yeah, especially with AI now, they can like turn around and like, totally like convert. They take somebody's face and make it seem like you're saying something completely different.
Yeah.
But what's really scary is like how much AI has like advanced. Because I mean, you have to think about like 5-6 years ago, there was the videos of Will Smith eating spaghetti. Look how bad those looked, and look where it's at now.
Mhm.
There was like him going, "That's hot, scary freaking nightmare fuel."
Yeah.
And now they can like totally make it look like you can record a video in AI and make it seem like they're up on your panel.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a good idea. I can.
That's
do that.
It's scary.
Ooh.
If you want Lisa on your panel, but you don't want Lisa on your panel, just do an AI.
Yeah, I can have Paul up here.
When AI learns enough, one day it will learn. Oh, we don't need these people anymore. We can do.
Yeah, if
anything
you don't
we
want
on
any
our
of
own.
us up here, you can
And then
replace it.
I
That's
know,
it.
right?
We're done. We're done.
That'd be
That's
honest.
all.
That'd be awesome. Doc Dawkins wouldn't be there. He'd just have like his his AI generated figure up there, and then Tim could have his AI guy up there. And
Wouldn't that be kind of funny if you had me
I
up
would
there
like
with
that.
Roseanne's voice?
Mm.
You just imagine
Tim Soul,
me.
that'd be kind of cool sometimes. It could come in handy.
I'm getting-
it come in handy.
I'm getting bored on Doc's show lately. I've been really mean to him last couple shows. Money,
Yeah,
it makes for great programming, but I kind of feel bad about it.
Well, if you get bored,
know.
if I get bored of a stream, I just stop watching it for.
But it's inevitable.
Mhm.
Somebody brings up an album or something or an artist that most people know. Doc's never heard of them, and it gets just. So I just now say, of course he has it. Because it's just, like somebody brought up Ryan Adams today. Do you mean Brian Adams? No, Ryan Adams. Never heard of him. You know, and it just
Oh,
gets
you mean the guy
it's
that
so
was
tiring
that
and old that Doc knows like 12 bands and that's it. And then
I
he
know who
wants
Ryan
to,
Adams is.
and it's like,
12, like 10, 12 years ago when I first heard Ryan Adams, I thought the same thing. I'll admit, I was like, "Oh, you mean Brian Adams? No, Ryan Adams. No, you mean Brian Adams." And I'm like, cuts like a knife guy, right? No, Ryan Adams.
I actually
Now I know
don't
who it
like
is.
Ryan Adams a whole lot, but I know who he is. You know,
I don't
He's
care
not
for his
bad.
music.
he should
I
He's
don't
not
care for
bad.
his
I mean,
music. His first album's not bad, but I don't really care much
Mhm.
for his music. I mean, I didn't really go down the whole Ryan Adams
Stop
rabbit hole.
telephoning me. There you go. That's what Kim was saying. Stop telephoning me. There you go.
I mean, that is not my actual favorite Lady Gaga song, but I acknowledge that she did that song. I acknowledge she did it.
I like Lady Gaga. You know, I
I
respect her
bought
artistry.
Mayhem. I thought Mayhem was a great
I
album.
thought Mayhem was a good album. I kind of like fell off sort of the Chromatica stuff and shit like that. Kind of fell off.
Chromatica was kind of that album where I listened to it and I was like, "What the heck?"
Here's the thing with her.
the Monster albums. They were good.
Here's the thing with her. I don't feel like she is manufactured pop because she has shown that she really is, a musician and she really is a songwriter and stuff like that. So yeah.
She can sing, and I mean, I don't like her. I don't. But that song from that soundtrack that she did from A Star Is Born, I mean, I at least realized, okay, she can sing. You know, I at least realized. I'm like, okay, I'll give her that.
I mean, when you think about Lady Gaga, like I really don't care much for Chromatica. I really don't care much for art pop. I did like Born This Way. I really did like the Fame Monster, the very first album. I liked them, and Mayhem is great. But I just think with Lady Gaga, like she kind of lost me. Where she really lost me is with art pop. It was like a throwaway album, in my opinion.
I
and
like
then
Weird
Joanne.
Al Born This Way. I think that.
And then Joanne. Joanne was not a bad album, but that's how I feel. Oh yeah, I've heard that version.
Well, I know that I don't think she really thought that she was ever going to become a pop singer because she was one of those kind of people that was doing the kind of thing that they did back in the 60s, like working in the Brill building and writing songs for other artists. That's what she wanted to do. She was basically a songwriter for hire. And I'm a friend of mine that I used to do a lot of work with. He remembers being in a boy band, and they went to New York to check out some songs that they were going to perform. And in one of the rooms was this young girl named Stefani Giacomo pounding on the piano, trying to write songs for other people. And he didn't think much about this girl except that she was writing some really good songs. But he didn't think that years later he was going to see her like on MTV doing Let's Dance or paparazzi and stuff like that. Because I don't think that was like in her purview. But when they realized this girl could not only write great songs, but she could actually really sing. Then she became. So that's where I love about her is like she's sort of like a modern day Carole King, someone who started off as a songwriter for hire. Nobody didn't really think that she was going to go off and have a stellar career.
I mean, she's been performing
performer
for years. She's been performing for years in New York City under her, I think, original name, because the name Lady Gaga came from a Queen song. And the thing about Lady Gaga is she's been playing piano since she was little, and I don't think the idea of becoming a musician at first was her idea, but I think the thing is that it took Lady Gaga a little bit of traction to get her music out there. Her very first album came out in I think 2009, I want to say, but she Lady Gaga writes. She performs her songs. She does the music. Lady Gaga is multi-talented. I love her. I think she's one of the best musicians to come out with in the last 10 to 15 years, woman-wise, in my opinion.
Come on,
but
be right back.
I mean, my buddy went.
Her claim to fame wasn't really doing Let's Dance and that Fame album. Her claim to fame actually was writing a song for Madonna that got released as a single. I forgot which album it was that it came out on. It might have been American Life or some other
Yeah,
album, but
yeah, she did that.
but
But I think,
it became a big single, and then because of that I think Madonna or somebody or one of the producers was like, you should be a performer, you should be an artist. You
yeah,
know,
I
you
mean,
shouldn't
she's been
be
performing for years.
you don't belong in the background, you belong in the forefront, you know.
You know what I
Yeah,
was gonna say was the other night. I don't know, Tim, if you ever saw this movie. There was a movie that came out that was called American Hot Wax. Came out during the 70's. It was about Ellen Freed. I got a hold of a really bad bootleg copy, but I've never seen it on DVD anywhere. I think it came out on VHS like during the like late 70's, early 80's. I think there was a VHS of it. And it's kind of flying around on YouTube. Nobody's remastered anything. Well, anyway, in that movie, Lorraine Newman plays a character which I think had to have been based on Carole King, because she's going around and she's like, she's outside of Ellen Freed's building, and she's like saying, "Well, I'm a songwriter," and she's writing these songs for these black doo-wop groups and stuff like that. So I think that they based that character on Carole King, but just didn't call her Carole
no.
King. Because I know that's what Carole King did. She wrote a bunch of doo-wop songs,
Well,
right?
there's a lot of them. I mean, there was the Brill Building, and there were other places too. And I mean, before the Beatles, that's why a lot of people hate the Beatles. Before the Beatles, there were songwriters and there were performers, and they were never the same. There was a few. There's Buddy Holly and Chuck Berry, but in the mainstream, pop singers were handed a song and they sang it, and and the Beatles changed all that. Suddenly you write your own song.
Well, I mean, you used to have like all the different, record companies had their like writers and stuff like that. They would like write the hits from like what was it, like Motown had was it Holland Dozier or Holland?
Yeah, but they also had the corporation, which was just it could be anybody at Motown. There was a lot of songs we just listed under the corporation. That's who wrote them. And
the primary songwriters in the Motown were basically Berry Gordy, Smokey Robinson, Norman Whitfield, Holland Dozier Holland, and Ashford and Simpson.
Yes, Ashford and Simpson. Yeah.
When it came to the pop stuff outside of Motown, it was basically Barry Mann, Cynthia Wells, Neil Sedaka, Paul Anka, Jerry Goffin, and Carole King, and a couple of others I'm spacing out on. It could have been Lieber Stoller.
There's lots of people. Like Lou Reed worked at the Brill Building for a while. So did John Cale. That's when they met. Velvet Underground was formed in the writing songs in the Brill Building.
I think that would be an interesting video, Tim. I think for someone to do a video on how many black hits, okay, not trying to make any diversity, no racism here, but how many black hits were written by white artists or white songwriters. I think that would be interesting. Might cause some debate.
There were black songwriters, but they were primarily writing blues. People like Otis Blackwell and stuff, but they were writing more blues than pop hits.
Like when I saw Cadillac Records, I was like, God, so the driving force behind some of those main albums was a white guy. I was like, wow, really? I was kind of like, that's crazy,
Well, yeah.
Now get back.
The funny story is that documentary, Muscle Shoals, and I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it's these guys out of Muscle Shoals, Alabama, and these are the guys that like play like on a lot of these great records, like The Land of a Thousand Dances and Respect and stuff like that. And you think about Respect, the song by what's her name, Aretha Franklin, and you would think like the backup guys that was backing her up, the guys that were backing her up will be like these black funky musicians and stuff like that. When in fact she's being backed up by these guys that look like they're the guys that are white that are packing your groceries for you at the grocery store, and that's how they look. They look like the guy will give your car a tune up, will pack up your groceries for you, and they're
Mhm.
white, and they could one of the guys could have been like your insurance adjuster or
They look
something like
like Chuck
that.
Mangione.
Chuck Banshee.
Well,
There's a movie that
I
came out
mean,
during the 90s. One of my favorite. Another one, like I said, I have like a series of movies that I watch whenever I'm not feeling well, whenever I'm sick. And
Yeah.
those will be like the DVDs I throw in there and watch whatever. I'll pull them up on subscription. There's one movie that's called The Five Heartbeats. Don't know if you guys have heard of it, but
Yeah.
it's a movie that came out during the 90s. It was like Pete Townsend. I want to say Townsend.
Ken Townsend.
There you go. There you go. Sorry, I get the two mixed up. So,
Yeah.
anyways, it was a movie by them. So basically, what it was, it's about, of course, a doo-wop group. Of course, they don't mention any specific names, but they just make up this fictional band called the Five Heartbeats. Well, anyway, there's a scene in the movie where they go to the record company, and the record company's, oh, we love your sound, we love your music, we love this, we love that, we're gonna, we want to sign you, blah, 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 blah. So he's all excited about it, and they turn around and say, but this is what we have in mind. And they bring in this group of these 5 white guys who are dressed up like in college prep sweaters from like the 50s. And he's like, oh, watch, sing it. And he gives them those things. He's like, I got so do. It's like these white guys singing it. And they're like, are you fucking kidding me? You get, no, that's our song. We're going to sing it. But they have these white guys who are just singing a whiteified version of it. So anyways, finally convinces the label to go ahead and let them record it. They record it. So the album comes out. They're like, yeah, the album came out. We're on tour for it. Do this, that. They pull out the album cover, and it has 2 white people sitting on the beach listening to a radio. It didn't even have them on the cover. No picture of them on it whatsoever. Hilarious.
that's the way it was. That's the way it was.
Let me try. I'll be right back.
That's the way the world was then. I mean, sadly, the biggest hits Little Richard ever had were sung by Pat Boone.
Yeah.
That's the reality of life back then, unfortunately. Just the way it was. And
Yeah, sometimes an original artist, a song doesn't become big for them, and someone else does a cover
Okay,
of
I'm
it, and
back.
boom, it
that-
hits the chart. It happens.
Just did I ever tell you I had this idea? It wouldn't work now
Uh-huh.
because it's long over. But back in the early '90s, when there was sort of the East Coast rap, West Coast rap war thing going on, and rap stars were getting killed and all this stuff, I thought this would make a good movie, but set it in the
Thank
50s.
you.
East Coast, West Coast doo-wop groups.
Yeah.
I'm like, this would make an interesting movie. Set it in the 50s. Have exactly what's going on now, but set it in the 50s with doo-wop.
Kind of like a Boz
I'm like,
Lerman thing. Like, let Boz Lerman do it.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, but I'm like, that would be interesting.
I think it would be interesting. It would be cool. If you maybe got Spike Lee to direct it or something.
No, I think Boz Lerman, because I think it would be more like a.
But you
It has to
make it-
go beyond the realms of reality, so it has to be like a fantasy type thing. I think
I know, but I feel
really
like
like
with
the way Boz Lerman
Lerman
does
did-
fantasy.
I like his movies, but he's so over the top with some of his movies. I feel like I would want it to
That's
be
what makes him
more.
interesting.
I feel like I want it to be more, factual,
Mm-hmm.
I guess. But I'm not gonna knock down Baz Luhrmann because I love Moulin
Well,
Rouge. I
But
love Moulin
an
Rouge.
East Coast, West Coast doo-wop war isn't very factual.
I mean, Baz Luhrmann also did Elvis, and a lot of people seem to like it.
Yeah. Well, but most of what he does, I thought he did. It's not one of my favorites by him, but I thought he did an interesting job with Romeo and Juliet because
Oh yeah, I love the
it
heck
was
out of
still
that movie.
it was still kind of ultra violent.
I
and
liked
still,
it.
he's
I
not-
love
he's
the heck
got his
out of it.
Points across,
You
I
got
thought
John
he did a
Leguizamo in the
good job.
movie playing.
Great
Lucy.
soundtrack too. Great
Yeah.
soundtrack.
You ever see?
Yeah.
You ever see? He did. There's like an hour supplement if you buy the DVD where it's him talking about it, and he did it at some conference or something, and he's telling the story of how it got made, and he walks in with all these money people, and he's telling the story, and they're all looking at him, and he's not telling them what it is. He's telling the story, and they're all puzzled, and they're all looking at him, and this goes on and on and on, and finally he's like, Okay, yes, it's Romeo and Juliet. It's Shakespeare. Because he knew if he told them that right off, they'd just walk out and he wouldn't film it. But they're staring at him. They know, and he's just fine. Like, okay, yes, it is. Ah. But
I have the
gave him
DVD around here
to
somewhere. I should
film.
watch it. I should definitely watch it. I have the DVD around here somewhere. I know I do.
I haven't watched
I have
that
the
in a
Blu-ray too,
while.
so.
I mean, I haven't watched a Romeo and Juliet in a while, but I'm a big Shakespeare fan. I've read a lot of his books, Twelfth Night, King Lear.
Well, they're not books. They're
plays. My bad, plays. I should know that.
When Romeo and Juliet came out, a lot of people freaking walked out. It was like the same thing like Natural Born Killers. When it first came out, I remember people were walking out.
Well, I couldn't watch it.
Uh-huh.
It's one of the few movies I turned off. I couldn't watch Natural Born Killers.
My kid's mother, it's like, she's not much of a movie connoisseur, not someone who really insults movies or anything, but, me, if it's unusual, it's cult-like, I'm going to freaking love it. It's just my nature. We went to go see that when I think she had to have been pregnant with our first son. We went to go see it. And, when a woman's pregnant and her hormones are going, everything that they feel is, amplified like 10 times. This movie irritated her so fucking bad, that she was saying things. She's like, I gotta leave. This movie is so fucking stupid. It's getting on my last fucking nerve.
I'm not a woman and I'm not pregnant, but I couldn't. I don't think I've ever watched an entire Oliver Stone movie. For some reason, all of his movies just irritate me to the point where I've never watched an entire Oliver Stone movie, and he's the only director I can say that about. I just and I have Nixon on Laserdisc. It's been staring at me, this box set, since I got it.
I mean, Oliver Stone is acquired taste, like Stanley.
I never watched it. One of these days, I should try to watch it, probably. But
we should do an Oliver Stone movie and see
when it comes to Oliver Stone, I think I kind of nitpick. I like a few films, maybe a couple of films, not everything. There is some movies I thought he went over that, like JFK. I think he took a lot of liberties with that movie, and there's also a lot of stuff in there that's conspiracy, so I wasn't too.
Yeah, it's not Nixon. It's JFK, I think.
Was he the one that did that other movie?
JFK that I have, but I haven't watched it.
No, did he do that other movie, Nixon and Frost, or was that a different director?
No, that was Ron Howard.
Yeah, there you go. Mm-hmm.
I mean, Ron
the movies.
I can't remember, but I haven't watched it.
The movies that Oliver Stone did were Platoon, Wall Street.
Oh, I love that movie.
Born on the 4th of July, The Doors,
Good movie.
JFK.
I turned the doors off too. I couldn't take it.
Nixon, Any Given Sunday, World Trade Center. There's that movie W, the one with. Where we see Josh Brolin as George W. Bush.
I gotta watch that.
Wall Street, it's actually really good. I liked it. Wall Street, Money Never Sleeps. But the one that I really love, and I watch it all the time, I actually bought it for Amazon. Snowden.
I haven't seen that either. That's the one that's with
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Yeah, it's Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Yeah, Gordon-Levitt.
It's so good. It's
I haven't downloaded it. I've never watched it.
I forgot he did Born on the 4th of July. I have seen Born on
That's a classic movie.
I didn't love it, but it's okay. I mean, I got through it. It's the only one of those I've gotten through.
I mean, Born on the 4th of July, I think it's just like one of those movies. I think it's like to really get into the movie, I think you had to have lived in that period, I think is what it is.
Exactly.
It's like I think you had to have been around during that period, I think. I mean, I got into it because when I watched it, I was surrounded by, my mother and, her boyfriend had lost a leg in Vietnam. So it's like, it kind of like I got their insight when I was watching it. They were kind of like, well, this is what it was like. This is the temperature of the country and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, so I'm like, oh, Richard's here. What's happening, Richard? You missed it. We were talking about you.
I like that movie to a certain extent because my dad did serve in the Vietnam War. He did the Army Reserves because everybody had to, go and serve for the country during that time. So my dad did that. But I haven't seen that movie in a long time. But, Tom Cruise Tom Cruise never ages, but I'll have to watch it again one day.
I saw it in the theater. I think he ages.
No,
No.
he's one of those people who's like Ralph Macchio, never ages. I swear.
He's a vampire. It's like, there's a reason why they chose him to play Lestat. I remember when he played Lestat, people were like, no, Tom Cruise, no. I'm like, he's a real fucking vampire. That's the reason why they chose him.
I mean, Tom Cruise is an okay actor. I liked him in Risky Business. I liked him in Mission Impossible. I liked him in Vanilla Sky.
Mission Impossible has run its course, I think.
It has.
It has.
It's like,
He's done. I think he said he's done this last.
Yeah, it's like
he's just
it's like
too old. You know, if you want to keep going, get somebody else. You know.
But going back to what Tim was saying, that movie, The Doors, though, that movie, it's like, I don't know, there's something about that movie. It's just, I rewatched it recently because of Val Kilmer's passing. Well, not recently, probably like last year. Couldn't get into it. When I was younger, totally for it. When it was kind of like Bohemian Rhapsody. Remember Bohemian Rhapsody came out? Everybody got into Queen again.
Yep.
People were buying the records. They released a box set. All that shit. I think it was the same thing with The Doors. Everybody got into The Doors. I was young. It was like I think I just graduated from high school when it came out. And it was just like I went out and I was buying the CDs. I was getting into it. And I bought it. I bought the whole thing, hook, line, and sinker. The storyline that Oliver Stone fed me. Then as the years went on, I heard from other people, that's not how it happened. That's not how it happened. This is how it, so it's like now I saw it. Like I said, I watched it recently with Val Kilmer passed, and I was like, this was really bad. It was pretty bad, I was like, yeah, look, Richard says it right here. It's like, oh,
you want to see a movie that's about the Doors, that's as pretty much as accurate as the Doors movie? Watch Eddie and the Cruisers, and I'm not kidding. Eddie and the Cruisers is the story of the Doors more than the Doors movie is.
The second one sucked ass, though. Let's be honest. The second one sucked.
Yeah, I never saw the second one.
Oh yeah, I've seen it a couple of times. Eddie and the Cruisers, Eddie Lives. Oh, it's fucking horrible. Part 2. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For a dude in his late 50s, Cruise looks damn good. That's what I'm saying. He's a fucking vampire.
He looks really good. I mean, I'm just saying that with Tom Cruise, I just think he's good. He's good at some movies, not all his movies he's done.
All I can say is so did Dick Clark until he didn't look young anymore. But one day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What was the movie that John Lennon did about the war?
Jeff Lynne looked really young till like a month ago, and now he looks like an old man.
He looks confused.
He was dyeing his hair all these years. He's been dyeing his hair all these years, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I think he's been dyeing his hair.
I would know about that. My dad does it religiously. He's been doing it for the past 30 years, dyeing his hair religiously brown.
He turned it from Jeff Lynne to Mike Nesmith and overnight.
I should tell my dad. It's
not good.
Hey,
Mike Nesmith is going to be 90 years old and still have the pork chops. He's still going to have the pork chop freaking sideburns. No, I totally, my brain farted. It probably wasn't important anyway. I forgot what I was talking about. But anyway, it probably wasn't important anyway.
I've done that a couple times tonight. But,
how did the Doors make absolutely no sense? Self-titled, fantastic album.
I think what Oliver Stone was trying to get at, Richard, is I think he was trying to get at how psychedelic and how Jim Morrison's life made no sense. I think maybe he was trying to see it from like Jim Morrison's side.
Morrison's had, but Morrison was crazy. That doesn't really work. I don't know. I couldn't watch it. Two movies. I tried to watch Natural Born Killers and I tried to watch The Doors. And I haven't.
Oh yeah, I realized Richard's being a movie, not the actual group itself. Being the movie makes no sense.
Val Kilmer great in it. Val Kilmer's great in everything he freaking does. I don't think I've ever seen him. The movie may have been bad, but his performance wasn't bad. I don't think I've ever seen him.
How about in Batman? Will you say he's good in Batman?
Okay, you fucking got me. No. He was a good Batman.
He was a good Batman.
George Clooney was a bad Batman.
Who was the worst Batman? Who was the worst? No. The worst Batman. The worst Batman was Ben Affleck.
I was gonna say that too. I was gonna say that
Ben Affleck's
sure George Clooney was not good in that movie, but Ben Affleck fucking sucked.
George Clooney was not good in that movie, but hell, he was one good-looking Batman. I would look at him.
No, you know what? George Clooney pushed it. I mean, they did the whole thing with his butt. They did that on purpose. But the thing is, George Clooney has this thing that he does with his fucking head.
Hey. George Clooney had an ass to look at. Some people don't.
Whatever, but I'm just going to say, George Clooney does this fucking thing, which I've never liked. I like George Clooney as an actor, don't get me wrong. But George Clooney does this thing where he's always like shaking his head.
Hey, George Clooney, I want to keep
and
you
he fucking did that during Batman. Every time he fucking did it, it pissed me off. You see that fucking cowl go like this going. It's like Batman doesn't fucking do that shit.
I mean, he wasn't the best Batman. If we had to rank the Batmans, I would say
Keaton,
number one.
Bale. Christian Bale was pretty good.
Christian Bale was a dark Batman. He was the Dark Knight.
Kilmer. I mean, Robert Pattinson would be somewhere in the bottom, I think.
Robert Pattinson was dark for a new generation.
Yeah, and at the very bottom would be Affleck. I'm sorry, Affleck, but fucking couldn't.
I'm sorry. What'd you say, Tim? I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Number one is Adam West. I'm sorry. Always Adam
West. I was thinking about the movie franchises.
But it's funny. It's funny that we see. It's funny that we see that because I love watching Big Bang Theory, and there was an episode where they're throwing Sheldon a birthday party, and they got Adam West to be the guest for him, and in the car ride over to the apartment, they're talking to Adam West, and they're actually doing their own rankings of Batman. Yeah. And Adam West actually ranked Michael Keaton as his favorite Batman.
Yeah,
and really? Okay. Well,
and I was like, and they were like, really? You put at Michael Keaton number one? So yeah, even over you? Oh, if we're adding me, then I'm number one. But if it's not me, then Michael Keaton is number one. Then he starts to name it off, and then they say like, well, let's see how Ben Affleck does as Batman, and Adam West is like, what's an Affleck?
I mean, Ben Affleck was horrible.
So Adam West burned Ben Affleck, people.
I mean,
but I think in order to play Batman, you have to have a voice. That's like Laura said here.
Yeah.
She said Christian Bale had the voice though, and same thing with Adam West. I think in order to pull off a good Batman, you have to have you have to be able to like, hey, I'm Batman. Blah blah blah. You have to be able to have the voice. If you don't have the voice, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. And Adam West and Val Kilmer and Christian Bale, all three had the voice.
They had the voice. Ben Affleck did not have the voice to play Batman, but Ben Affleck, the only movie I really thoroughly enjoyed from Ben Affleck was Good Will Hunting. I think that was his best movie. But Ben Affleck,
this guy. Do you not realize? Okay, I'm gonna explain this to Richie. Richard, layman's terms. The question posed was, what if the Beatles had reunited in the 70's, talking about 74, when the Lost Weekend happened, or the 80's, or maybe even 95, say if John Lennon had lived, would their legacy still be intact? So if their legacy was intact in 2025, do you think they would look like 1964? They would be old men. That was the point of the thumbnail.
I explained that to him, but Richard, it takes some time. It takes some time to get it.
So, it wasn't disrespectful. It wasn't my AI. I didn't make it. Somebody else made it. It's kind of like when you saw like the movie yesterday, which I know a lot of people hated, when he knocks on the door and John Lennon's old. It's like John Lennon wasn't going to stay young forever. Do you think he was always going to look like live in New York City? No, it wasn't going to. Is he always going to look like he was on the cover of Two Virgins? I don't think so. No. He was going to be an old man, which is one of the things that John Lennon saved us from. We never had to see him get old.
No.
We never had to see him get old. Forever young.
Yeah.
So that is what you're sticking to, Richard. You're sticking to, they look like they're going to fall over. Well, that's how they would look nowadays. Well, you can tell me that Paul doesn't look like he's like, no, Paul looks good for his age. But I'm just saying, there's sometimes Paul has his moments where it's like he looks frail.
Richard, we're all gonna get old, Richard.
Ringo, I think the giant cowboy hat on Ringo's head, I looked like he was gonna fall over a couple times.
Somebody over at freaking Mayo's, I forgot, was that Mayo's or is it Invisible Ray? There's somebody who's in the troll camp who has a picture of Ringo, and they took the hat and they oversized it where it's huge. I think it's the most hilarious fucking picture I've ever seen. It cracks me up every time I see it. But it's that cowboy hat, but it's like 4 times bigger or some shit. So Laura said, look at the Rolling Stones. They're still going.
Yep.
Yeah, true they are. I mean, Mick Jagger's going to fucking die on stage at this point. So
him. He's gonna die on stage, and Keith Richards gonna be picking up his body on stage. And
yeah,
like,
Keith's gonna be, you okay, mate? You okay, mate?
I survived you, motherfucker.
He's gonna be like, get up, Richard. Come on, get up, Mick.
Get up, Mick.
Yeah.
Him and the cockroaches are gonna be walking the stage.
Well, I mean, Ron Wood, all of them are alive except for what? Watts? He's the only one who's
Charlie
passed,
Watts
right?
died. Charlie Watts died, I think, in 2021, I think.
But, I mean...
And Brian Jones, of course, died.
Brian Jones, yeah.
Yeah, 27, Club 27.
But I think Charlie Watts died during the 80s, but just nobody told him.
Well,
because he looked old for years. Charlie Watts looked old for years.
Nobody told
him.
Well,
he was second oldest Stone, next to Bill Wyman.
Yeah, well,
Bill Wyman. I remember hearing about Bill Wyman and his unfortunate incident. Yeah, Bill Wyman.
Yeah.
Supposedly he married a teenager. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I heard.
Well, she was a teenager. He might have dated her when she was a teenager, but I think this wife before was her mother. That.
So nice of him to keep it in the family. That's classic.
But nice
I gotta look up this Bill Wyman's face.
How did Jerry Lee Lewis fucking survive that shit? Imagine him pulling that shit nowadays, marrying your fucking teenage cousin.
Again, I read his book recently, and I defend him in that it was the culture of the times, especially the culture of the area where he lived. If he didn't go to England, he would have been fine. There would have been no backlash from it here. There were people that didn't like it, but there wouldn't have been any backlash or anything. But in England,
I think it's because he married his cousin or something.
But you did. Again, in the South, you could marry your second cousin. It was totally legal. And if you had their parents' permission, you could marry a 13-year-old.
Yeah, I would have married my
cousins. But did he commit a crime in doing this? Yes, because he didn't bother divorcing the wife he already had when he did it. But
so
that
was a bigot, not a P-word.
That was the crime, but that wasn't the issue. Weirdly, it was the legal things that were the issue.
I mean, didn't they make a movie about him? I could have sworn they made a movie about him and Dennis Quaid.
Great Balls of Fire.
Dennis Quaid was in it, and wasn't
another terrible biopic.
Look, we have learned through time when they make music biopics. We have learned, Tim, that they don't make them great, and they're not always with the facts when it comes to these movies. They leave out some stuff.
But yeah, Jerry Lee was married 7 times before he died.
I mean, come on, look at him. He looks like he's been married.
And literally 2 or 3 of them, he bothered to divorce the woman before when he got married.
So he was doing Elizabeth Taylor.
Verna, the 13-year-old, wasn't the only one he didn't divorce before marrying another one.
You know what? Have you ever heard of Eddie Izzard, the comedian? He makes so much fun of the royal family. It's so funny. He's like talking about how they're inbred. And he's like saying the royal family is so inbred that they're basically, mentally dense at this point. And he says, you can go up to there. He's all, they go and they meet people and they're like, oh, what are you? He's all, I'm a carpenter. And they're like, what on earth is that? Like they don't even know. They're so like dense.
Prince Charles does look a little weird. He looks like he, could be.
I have health problems myself, so I won't talk shit, but his fingers look like sausages. They were doing the whole thing where they were showing his hands and it looked like big old freaking overstuffed sausages. And they're saying it could have been a cardiovascular thing.
Prince Charles right now is dealing with cancer. I don't know what cancer
he has. Is he? Did he come out with it? Did he? Okay, I haven't been paying attention. I'm sorry.
He had cancer, and Kate Middleton was battling cancer, too.
Mm-hmm.
Kate Middleton, I used to love Prince William.
You want to talk about horrible movies? We're talking about The Doors and all those other movies. Now, the thing is, if we really took... The Buddy Holly story was a horrible movie, but another one of those movies I'll say is a guilty pleasure. I still fucking enjoy it. It's a fun ride.
I don't think it's a bad movie. It's just not a factual movie, but as a movie, it's not bad. It works.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
If it was fiction.
Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face. Buttered sausage. It's not my jam. I don't buy jam. I buy honey, and I kiss it on the lips.
I wonder if Gary Busey's still alive.
Well, I'm sure we would have heard.
Let me see how old he is.
He's another one who's already dead, but they haven't told him. So,
Yeah.
so he's like, he's still walking around.
What? He's 81? Gary Busey's 81? Fuck.
He's doing good, though. You know, in his head, he is fucking happy as fucking, shit. So leave him alone.
No, because I'm saying he's, because he doesn't look 81. That's why I'm like, he's 81 because he doesn't look it.
Yeah, because I watched. How long ago did I watch that movie? It was a while ago I watched that movie, but it was pretty bad. The way you end up having like your movies that are like Lifetime movies, where it's like they skim over the facts and shit really quickly. Yeah. They're put together bad. That's kind of like what that Gary Busey movie was. Like it was just. Like,
I love me some
together
Lifetime
and skimmed
movies.
over, but
I love me some Lifetime movies. I watch a lot of them.
We know. It's bad for your brain, though, Lisa. It turns your brain to mush.
It does not turn my brain to mush. I watched one about a daddy who killed all of his surrogates.
You watch Lifetime, and if you watch Hallmark movies during the holidays, that will turn your brain to much.
I also, I love Hallmark movies.
I like Hallmark movies when I just want to see
I love you, Tim.
I hate the rest of the movies, and I can't figure out what the difference is because they're all the same. But I don't, especially there's about 10 of them that I actually really like, and none of them are recent. They all go back. The one
the only exception to Hallmark, the only exception to those movies is Lacey Chabert movies. Never go wrong with the Lacey Chabert movie.
I don't know what those are. I wish I did. Now you can explain them to me. So there you go.
You know who Lacey Chabert is? She was in Mean Girls. You ever seen Mean Girls?
And she does like these really good movies on. They're either on Lifetime or no, they are on Lifetime. And one of the biggest movies, they made 3 of them. It's called All of My Heart. Such a great movie. It's about a girl who inherits this house from her aunt, but this other guy in New York who's a Wall Street guy, he also would inherit it as well through another aunt or something like that. And so,
oh my god, I've seen that movie. I've seen that movie recently. Oh my god.
So they had to navigate on co-owning this house, and they both turned into a B&B. And the first movie had Ed Asner in it. It was like one of his last movies, and he was great.
That was a good movie, man.
Yeah,
I watched that movie. I loved
that. Those movies are beautiful. And there's like this guy that works at the hardware store, and he doesn't really talk, and he has like a low voice. And during the second movie, a girl comes by to do a review, and then she sees that guy, and she's like, oh. Because she ends up falling in love with the guy, and they take care of a little sheep. They take care of a little cute sheep and stuff like that. It's such a cute movie. You guys have to see those movies. It's called All of My Heart, and then
Kill Me.
Yeah, and she does like a lot of these other great movies. One of them is where she's like, she goes to Paris and she makes chocolate and learns how to make like chocolate bars and stuff like that. It's really, really good. So all the movies with Lacey Chabert in it are amazing. Go watch them.
Yeah.
Going back to what I was saying about the Hallmark Christmas films, I'm pretty sure maybe Tim knows about this one. Have you ever heard the movie called The Christmas Shoes? It was a Hallmark Christmas movie. One of their main ones came out in 2002.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh my God. We had a neighbor who was into that movie, and she kept on about it and kept on about it. And for some reason, we decided, we're like, you know what? Because we used to like do stuff where we would have movie nights with them because they were our next door neighbors. It was her and a couple of her daughters, whatever. They'd come over and watch movies because I had the big screen TV, all that shit. So I turned and said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and get that movie on DVD and, give it to her and we can watch it together. I figured she'd get a kick out of it. She's an older lady. So I found that movie. I did not realize how many fucking movies were in the series. It's a series of movies. It's The Christmas Shoes, The Christmas Blessing 2005, The Christmas Hope 2009, The Christmas Secret 2014, The Christmas Note 2015. There was a whole series of movies about these same freaking characters. And all start with these stupid fucking Christmas shoes.
Yes, it's true. It's true. It's true, Dave.
I used to love it Christmas. Honestly, John, I used to watch Hallmark when I had cable. When I still had basic cable, Hallmark was a basic cable channel, and I watched it at Christmas all the time because they didn't just show Hallmark movies. Now I think they just show Hallmark movies.
Yeah.
But once upon a time, they showed a few other movies that were pretty good too. But I like Hallmark movies because you don't have to think. You can just sit there. You know what's going to happen. 90 minutes into the movie, the couple's going to break up and something bad's going to happen. And then the last 5 minutes, they're going to get back together. You know, everyone is exactly the same. You don't have to think. You can just
That's the same with Lifetime movies. You know someone's going to die in a movie and going to get fallen off.
Well, Debbie McComber, however you pronounce her name, wrote probably 2/3 of the Hallmark
I
movies.
mean, I love
But Hallmark movies don't really have people die in horrific ways. It's like
no, Hallmark movies nice. Almost nobody dies.
No, it's a Lifetime
exactly.
one. The Lifetime movies.
But sometimes they can be funny and sometimes they can be sweet. But there's this one, I think it's called The Most Wonderful Time of the Year. And it's my favorite one. I forget the woman's name that stars in it, but she's one of these people that maybe she's done Entertainment Tonight. I forget her name. But Henry Winkler's in this movie. He plays her uncle. And it's my favorite Henry Winkler role of all time.
I've seen that one.
Great. He plays this newly retired cop. And so he's cynical. He's cynical is all hell. And at one point, here's one of my favorite lines ever. And he's talking about this woman's fiance, his niece. It's his niece, okay? And he's her uncle. And he goes, frankly, he's a waste of skin. To me, that's just one of the best lines ever. It's a Hallmark movie.
My God. I got there's something wrong with me, Tim. I've seen all of those movies. Maybe I should stop watching Hallmark.
Well, yeah, I mean, I used to work with this guy, and we used to have these surreptitious conversations because he liked the Hallmark movies too, and we talk about them for like hours.
I mean, how can you not like them?
He liked them because of the women, and I will say that most of the women in Hallmark movies are gorgeous.
Are hot,
but they
have hot women in them.
But Hallmark has this thing, and they do it with the guys too. They hire these people that are competent actors that look like other actors, that look like more famous people, and it helps you identify with them. You know, I mean, and especially the guys. You know, the guys. This guy
like during the 80s buying those albums that are.
This guy looks like this guy. This guy looks like that guy. Is that the most? Yeah, the most wonderful time of the year. Yeah. Well, who's the woman?
The woman is Brooke Burns.
Brooke Burns. Yeah, Brooke Burns.
She's the one that hosts the game show The Chase.
Yeah. Okay.
Show.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah.
She wasn't doing it when she made this movie, but she was famous for other things.
I mean.
Yeah, she did Baywatch and a few things.
I like Henry Winkler. That's the thing about Hallmark movies. I like most of the actors in them. I like, except unless there's a guy that's supposed to be bad, and then you purposely always hate the guy that's supposed to be bad. They're really good at casting. They're really good at making you like the people that you're supposed to like and hate the people that you're not. They're really good at it.
I mean, those Hallmark movies have longevity, but what I've been watching a lot of lately is those like afternoon specials. I seem to have like fallen upon a website that has all of them, and I was watching one with what's that guy's name? Rob Lowe. He's like a kid who's 16 and he finds out he's going to be a father for the very first time. Yeah, I forgot what the name of it was.
Damn, she is hot.
She's a good looking woman.
Yeah.
She's a good looking woman. I wish I looked like that.
I know.
I look like that. That picture was a horrible picture of me, man.
Yeah, this one was Lisa too. It's like,
The mugshot.
I'm the chicken. I'm the chicken from Moana. That's accurate.
Yeah, well, but anyways, going back to what we're talking about. No, yeah, Hallmark. They always had hot chicks, always.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I mean, they were always like, your typical, they were like blonde haired, blue eyed, chicks most of the time.
Well,
Stuff like
they
that.
have a lot of brunettes, but they have good co-stars too. Once in a while, that will show up into a movie that are like one of the movies. It was called like the Snow Bride or something. I don't remember. I haven't seen this one in a long time. But it had the wife from God, what the hell? Home Improvement was she played the matriarch of this family. She's in this movie. They get people like that, which are interesting to see them do something else, but I don't know.
Yeah, speaking of blondies, my friend Laura, she's a cute little blondie. She's just like that cute little blondie. Blue eyes, Laura Wood. All you like thirsty old men, stay away from her. So, she's recently single too. Hubba. So, anyways, but yeah. So, no. What I was going back, my question was, I think we got on the whole other tangent. I was going to ask, what was the war movie that John Lennon was in? I don't think I've ever seen it. Or
I Went to War. It's not a great movie. Lennon actually made the movie. To be honest, he doesn't have a big part, but some of the funniest bits are Lennon. It's a satire, so it's not supposed to be a laugh out loud, because it's a satire at war. So it's not supposed to be drop dead funny, and they succeeded. It's not.
Isn't The Good Witch a Hallmark series?
Yeah, I think so. That woman's been in a few Hallmark movies.
Well, no skating. Yep, Lucy 69. I think my wife made me sit through that. I don't know. It's like you would think that Hallmark would end up having like their own movie, their own channel too, their own subscription services. You would think that they would have their own subscription. I mean, I'm pretty sure Tim's like, I won't get Hulu, I won't get Disney Plus, but Hallmark, I'm down for that.
I think they do well enough without it. They do have a channel on Pluto.
Do they? Do they even have a channel on cable TV anymore?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if they do or don't. I lost my cable.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether or not they had a regular channel or not.
Every November 1st, the Christmas movies would start, and I watched a ton of them. To the point where by the time it was Christmas, I wouldn't watch them anymore because I'd seen all the ones I wanted to watch a couple times already. So when that Christmas came, I wasn't watching Christmas movies anymore.
But
there's a lot more now. I think
they're
still making them, so I think they must still have a channel because, as far as I know, they're still making them. A lot of the big stars have moved on, and so they're using other people now. But
they got a lot of Hallmark movies on Netflix.
They're Hallmark stars. They're big stars. Not that they were big stars, but the big stars for Hallmark have mostly moved on.
I went to Walmart yesterday. Because I had to do grocery shopping and stuff. And I swear to God, they already have all the Halloween stuff out. I mean, they were already clearing out the aisle. The candy was out. Yeah, I was just like, they don't even wait anymore. They do not even wait anymore. It's like, and I'm pretty sure by next month, they're already going to start putting out the turkeys and the Christmas trees already.
I'm pretty sure your house is going to be
the Spirit Halloweens are all open. They've been open for a couple weeks, a lot of them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Spirit Halloween, most definitely. Usually, this is by the time of year that I get on my coffee mugs. Because usually I go to Spirit Halloween, and usually I get like 2 or 3 coffee mugs a year, probably.
Yeah,
because usually they'll have like the Stranger Things, whatever.
Not all of their stores are open. They don't open them all at once, but a lot of them are. I don't know if the one by me is open yet. I don't think it is.
We have one in my area. I have not gone inside the Spirit Halloween, but I'm not one of those people that really celebrates Halloween. I know
I've
it's
never
called
been anywhere.
Summerween.
I
It's
care
called
less about
Summerween, and I know that there's people that love to
Uh-huh.
celebrate Halloween all year, and they dress up like they're in
It's a
Halloween.
thing. I mean, especially with my daughter. I mean, she's not so much right now. I mean, if she was feeling better, she probably would be like totally
Yeah.
trying to decorate for Halloween already. I mean, she had to have her gallbladder out,
Oh,
so she's
sorry to hear
recovering
that.
from that. But yeah, Halloween, as soon as she can get it, all the stuff in here, she's on it. Like we have a Halloween tree, Halloween decorations. Yeah, well, you guys have been like with me enough years to know that how soon all this is
Yeah,
decorated
yeah.
for Halloween behind me.
You guys
So
love Halloween.
yeah,
My family stopped celebrating Halloween when my sister got older because it kind of just stopped. When Danielle got older, they were like, "Oh, no need to celebrate it anymore."
happy Thanksgiving,
I had
everybody.
I had a neighbor. I had a
Uh-huh.
neighbor that used to always give us 5 cents and Chinese candy. That's what he would always do. 5 cents and Chinese candy. That was his
I
thing.
know I should be grateful because people don't have to give you shit when you go up trick or treating. But I remember when I was a kid and I'd go up there and I'd like look in my bag and they gave me like 2 pennies. I'd be like, "What the fuck am I gonna do with this?"
I remember when I was a kid.
I'd be
If
like, "What?"
I remember when I was a kid,
Mm-hmm.
people would always come to me for candy because I only ate the chocolate, and the kids would be like, "Yeah, let's go to Lisa. She'll give us all the candy."
I'm lucky enough that when I was a kid for
Uh-huh.
Halloween, if people just dumped a bunch of candy corn or whatever in your bag, you could still eat it back then. You know what I mean? It didn't have to
Yeah.
be wrapped. Or if somebody made caramel apples, or you could
Uh-huh.
still eat that stuff. Popcorn balls. People would do homemade popcorn balls. You
Yeah,
could
Mm-hmm.
still eat them back then.
I mean,
To be
yeah.
honest, I think you still could now, but nobody
Oh
does.
no, totally you could. I mean, I remember the one year my mom had asked me what I
Uh-huh.
wanted to be for Halloween. I said I wanted to be a clown. So she went and she got me the costume. She got me the
Uh-huh.
rainbow wig, the nose, and the makeup. And I even had like the kind of like Converse to look like the clown shoes. And I dressed up as a clown in 6th grade. Yep. I was even
No,
a court jester because my cousin had a court jester costume. So I was a court jester for 3 years.
Those are facts right there, Dave. Spirit Halloween is like TJ Maxx for the cost. It's when the furnishing gets upgraded. No shade. One of these days I'm going to take a picture of my daughter's bedroom, decorated by Spirit Halloween. Trust me, this is her time of year where she buys all her shit. Trust me.
I.
No,
So
it's like
is that time of year.
they love Spirit Halloween. They love TJ Maxx. They love anything that sells Halloween stuff.
You know what really like pissed me off was one year. I mean, remember during COVID when we were so paranoid we didn't want to be around any people,
Yeah.
and I did this thing where I turned around and I like made this I made a big huge bowl. I took like these little bags, Halloween bags, and I put candy in there and closed the bag, and stuff like that. So I made little bags, and I set it all up outside. I put a little table out front, my door. I put them all out there, and I put a big sign that said "Take one." Take one. I swear to God, I don't know how many times, because like right here, my window, I can open my window and look right onto my porch. The kids were coming up trying to take both of them. I'd be like, "Hey, put that back." I'd be like, "One per kid, damn it." They look at me like, "Oh, he's watching us." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm watching you."
I mean, when you were a kid, if you
I'm
went
like,
to a
"Ring
neighbor's
cam,
house,
bitch." I'm scared.
if you were a kid and you
Like,
went to a neighbor's
uh-huh.
house and they gave you a full size of candy bar, you're like, those
Uh-huh.
neighbors are rich. And then like that's the neighbor you go to every year.
Well, you make them.
Well, they are rich
You make them.
these
That's
days.
true.
A full size candy bar is like $2 now. They are
Yeah,
rich.
well,
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they are rich, but but when I was a kid,
Uh-huh.
there was this one neighbor that used to go out of their way. They would make like gift bags. They really, really went out of their way. So we used to
Mhm.
go to their house every year. And I remember one year my aunt had gone to the castle up the hill. My aunt was like,
Mhm.
trick or treat. And she goes, this motherfucking bastard is not answering the door. Little did she know that was Phil Spector's house and he doesn't give out candy.
He's like, give us back some of the money, Mr. Wall of Sound.
Yeah,
Give us
he's
some
like,
candy.
she's like, why does he give me candy? And then my aunt finds out later
Mhm.
on that it was the Phil Spector and he wasn't home at the time. She was like
Why
all
would he hand
cursing him
out
out.
candy? He always looked like he was dressed for fucking Halloween.
I know. His hair,
that fucking hair.
his hair looked like Halloween. And I remember my dad didn't even know that he lived there until he did the murder. That's how my dad found out.
Al Pacino, the greatest freaking Phil Spector ever.
Al
the only Phil
Pacino,
Spector ever, but you know.
Al Pacino, fucking fantastic actor. I love Al Pacino.
Yeah, I think who was it? Someone did a video on Ronnie Spector recently.
Yeah.
And they were talking about most of the abuse that he did to Ronnie Spector was not at the Pyrenees Castle, but they were talking about her, and then, so of course they had to talk about him and stuff like that. But I remember because I'm a big fan of Ross Williams with Christian Death, and his nook is right next to the chick that he killed. So I remember one year we had just happened to be in Hollywood and happened to go to Ross Williams' little nook. I was going to visit it, but it must have been the anniversary of her death or something. So all the news stations were there, with cameras set up in front of her nook or whatever and stuff, and they were just talking mad shit on Phil Spector. Well deserved though. Well deserved.
Yeah.
Talk about fucking up your legacy. Talk about really fucking up your legacy. I mean, that man had created a whole sound. He should be legendary.
Yeah.
But
I love his Christmas album. I love his Christmas album.
I'm sorry, what were you saying, Tim?
Ronnie Spector and Tina Turner have a lot in common, to be honest.
The look. Most definitely
Tina,
the look.
Tina was made to sing, and Ronnie wasn't allowed to sing eventually. But other than that, they both had to escape. They both, they lived similar lives in a lot of ways.
Ronnie was beautiful, though. Even into her old age, she was beautiful.
Ronnie was gorgeous.
Yeah, she was, most definitely.
Bill laid down the law. I mean, Keith Richards tells a story. They were on tour with the Ronettes once, and they were on the same tour bus. And one day, Ronnie got fed up and walked up to where the Stones were in the front of the bus, and the Ronettes were in the back of the bus, and goes up to Keith and goes, "I want to know why you never talk to us. We're not stuck up. We're not snobby. We're cute. Why don't you guys talk to us?" And he's like, "We were told by Phil Spector not to." And Ronnie's like, "You're kidding me." And he's like, "Nope. We were told you do not say one word to them ever." So,
and we do not trust him. Did you see his fucking hair?
Phil Spector carried a gun. So they didn't. And that's why. And, and after that, they got along, and it's rumored, believe it or not, of all the Stones, it's rumored that Keith and Ronnie probably had an affair. You would think Mick,
wouldn't be surprised.
Keith.
It is. You wouldn't be surprised if Keith and Ronnie had an affair.
What? Keith and Ronnie?
Well,
Ronnie
Spector. Ronnie Spector, not Ronnie Wood.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's always been a rumor. There used to be a rumor that Lennon slept with her once too, but I don't.
I mean,
think
Lennon likes to get what he can get. I think Lennon probably slept with a lot of people.
Because Ronette's open for the Beatles too at one point.
I think Lennon was just. I think he was just into ethnic women. I think, period. Yeah. I mean, because, he had that whole Asian persuasion thing down.
He's like Post Malone. Post Malone loves his Asians.
He had that. I mean, Lisa would have had to watch her butt around Lennon big time.
I know. Lennon would have been like doggy styling.
Your butt would have got Michael Jackson. You had to be careful. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Paulita.
No, I was just laughing.
Oh, okay. I was say, Lisa would have got Michael Jackson by Lennon.
Yeah, but Lennon likes the skinny. Lennon liked the skinny Asians. I'm kind of like, I don't know.
Yoko wasn't that skinny. I think Lennon just like intellectually challenged. She didn't have to be smart.
I mean, Yoko wasn't exactly the prettiest.
Lennon was attracted to women and intimidated him a little bit.
Yeah, intellectually challenged, or women that intellectually challenged him.
Yeah.
It challenged him, or were intimidating to him in some way.
Oh, okay, you're safe, Lisa. You would have been safe.
Which is why Cynthia was never a good match.
I'm not the brightest
Mhm.
person in the
The
world.
wallflower thing, and that's not what Lennon liked at all. Lennon liked.
Would you say that Paul had a type? He's into blondes, right? Paul had a type, blondes, right?
Well, yeah, Paul liked blondes.
Yeah.
Until Nancy, and I don't think Paul ever dated anybody that wasn't a blonde.
You know, Ringo, we don't really know what his type was. I mean,
no,
Oh, sorry, go ahead,
because because Paul before Linda, Paul was with Jane Asher, and she was a redhead,
uh-huh.
Well, she
and
blonde,
then
a
he,
strawberry blonde more than
Mhm.
a redhead. I'd say she was a strawberry blonde.
Tinted blonde. So there you go.
Yep.
I don't know. It was very very red whenever I saw it. You know, it was sort of because like her brother Peter was like
Yeah,
had like
no,
a red hair too. But then it's like because then after that, then he hooked up with Linda. She was a blonde. The one-legged bitch was a blonde.
I gotta
So
ask. I
Nancy,
gotta ask how you go from a redhead to a one-legged bitch. Like, why did you lower your standards? I seen a picture of Heather Mills. The
Well,
woman's not that pretty.
I'm sorry. I do think, despite her everything, I actually think Heather Mills was a very attractive woman.
I
really
gotta get my
do.
glasses
She was a
fixed.
very attractive woman. I get
Look
why
at a
Paul
picture of
liked
her.
She was hot. That's the reason why I had to be with her. I love
Yeah,
her.
yeah, no, she's a very attractive.
Let me look at a
I
picture
don't
of her.
see it. I don't see it. I don't see her.
I don't
I don't
see
think
it
she was
either.
hot. No.
I don't
I
think she's
thought-
hot.
You know, I gotta take a look at a picture of this one. I don't think I've ever seen a picture of Heather Mills. Hold on a minute.
Heather Mills hot? Are we?
And-
do
and
I
I-
need to get my eyes checked?
And I'm-
very attractive.
And I'm a lesbian. I should think every woman is hot, but she doesn't do it for me.
Oh, she's kind of. Oh, yeah.
Well,
Okay, what
yeah.
year was he with her? Let's see.
Well, it
what year was
depends
he
on
with
the picture too. Yeah, find
Yeah,
a
that's
what I'm
picture
saying,
of
what
her
year?
in the mid
I mean, he
90s.
had his daughter in like
90s?
2003.
Okay.
He had
her? Say 90s.
Yeah, find a picture of her in the mid 90s because that's
Okay,
when he met
90s.
her.
Okay.
He met her. He still knew Linda when he met her. He wasn't doing anything, but he met her.
All right. Yeah.
I
I
don't
think
know.
I think she still had her leg around that time.
She did. Well, she got a
Okay,
leg up.
90s.
She got a
All
leg
right,
up.
all right.
She got a leg up from him.
I think
I
she
mean,
was
mm.
attractive. I do.
I mean, Paul has his type.
Oh, yeah. I saw the picture.
Paul loves
90s,
the
definitely.
blondies.
90s. She was, yeah. She
No,
had
she was a model at
90s.
one point. She better be attractive because she was a model at one point.
Well,
Heather Mills,
sometimes
Dusty, not Haley Mills.
sometimes a
She
man
didn't
will
have a
date
leg
a
to stand
woman
on.
regardless of how attractive they are
Hey.
because you're desperate.
Huh? Desperate?
I mean,
What? Huh?
No, I said some men don't even care about looks. They just want to get laid, so they'll date a woman regardless.
Yeah, of course I don't care about looks. That's the reason why you stick all the way to the corner, right, Lisa? Get back to the middle of the freaking frame, please. Thank you.
I am in the middle. Is that the
Mhm.
middle?
That's the middle. You were going back to your...
Well, I was looking up a picture. I was looking up a picture of Heather Mills because I had to see. Okay, I'll do it again.
No, Heather Mills, yeah, definitely hot. 2 legs, hot. 1 leg, still hot. I probably would, yeah.
I mean, did you see a picture of
Easy
his daughter?
access. No, just kidding.
Did you see a picture of his daughter?
I don't think she's hot.
90s. If I looked at pictures of now, probably.
Yeah, now,
I agree with Paulina. Now,
yeah.
no, definitely not.
No, I don't want to see.
No,
no,
Heather Mills.
Even back in the 90s, she was not hot.
Mhm.
No.
I
Heather
think
Mills
she
was like.
again. She was a model, so
Mhm.
How's she a model? How's she a model? She's
Paulina's
really
I'm pro Linda, damn it.
No, wait. How is she a model?
I'll be right
Exactly. It's like the way that I see hotness. It's not by how they look. It's basically the kind of aura that they put out. And if when I see her, I just see a bitch.
well,
I just totally see a bitch.
How is she a model? I mean, I thought you had to be attractive to be
She-
a model.
she
She
is attractive.
she reminds me so much of my dad's first and second wife.
Ooh.
And they were bitches. One of
Oh.
them was the one that
Yeah.
gave birth to me. Yeah.
Damn, well. There's no going back from that. Yeah, Heather Mills. Heather Mills is I don't see it. I don't see it. But then again, Paul McCartney
No.
seems to have a thing for blondes.
Yeah.
But then again, his latest wife is not a blondie. Nancy.
No, that's Nancy's
But
the only
she's
one.
cool. I like
I like Nancy. Nancy's cool. Linda was cool. I don't know much about Jane Asher.
Well, Linda was
Yeah.
cool, but see, I don't think Linda was very attractive.
I did.
I thought Linda
more
just
attractive
radiated
than
beauty because she was a nice woman.
But she was a great person, so that's all.
Yeah,
that
they
really
had 3 kids together.
She was a great, beautiful woman with a heart of gold. I just totally loved Linda McCartney. I cried when she passed away. She was like, like she was amazing. I loved Linda.
I was very sad. It's weird. I found out, and it's not a channel I ever watched, but I was flipping channels, and CNN came on, and the bottom scroll, it was Linda McCartney has passed, and I was just shocked. I found out Alex Chilton died the same way. One day, just flipping channels, and there on the bottom of the scroll, I'm like, what?
Yeah, it's like, one day they're here, the next day they're gone.
Yep.
Linda McCartney, when I found out that she had been diagnosed with cancer, I was like, but she's been eating, healthy all her life.
Linda dying was a very well-kept secret. Alex dying was just, he's here 1 second, he's supposed to do a show like the next day or 2 days later or something like that. And their Big Star's drummer, Jody Stevens, he wasn't feeling well. He had like chest pains. He wasn't feeling well. So Jody's like, I'll drive you to the hospital, Alex. And by the time they got to the hospital, Alex was dead in the back seat. It's like,
yeah,
what the hell, man?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, because Tiny Tim died on stage of a heart attack. When you get a heart attack, you gotta, you could either survive it or you don't survive.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
well, if you know you're having a heart attack and you're smart about it, you can usually survive it. But most people don't realize what's going on.
No, they don't.
Take an aspirin and call an ambulance immediately. Don't have somebody drive you to the hospital, and take an aspirin.
Exactly.
An aspirin is a blood. Don't take more than one, but one aspirin, because it's a blood thinner and it will help.
Yeah.
But if you don't know you're having a heart attack, my dad had a heart attack for like 8 hours, maybe even 12 hours before they figured out he was having a heart attack, and they stopped it. It's like, my God, how can you sit there and...
Yeah. My dad had found his stepdad that way. He was slumped over. He was a heavy smoker. So eventually it took him. He was smoking a lot. But you go, I'm having a heart attack. You ought to know by now. Like, it's so funny that one actor always faked having a heart attack on Sanford and Son, and then he ended up dying of a heart attack.
Hello, I'm back.
He always
you're talking
faked
about Red Fox?
Yeah, Red Fox faked it, and finally
he faked it so much that when he actually had one, people didn't believe him. They thought he was playing.
Yeah,
well, that was part of the script, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still love that episode. You bought all my daddy's records or something. Oh, that episode.
That's got to be a vinyl community classic. It's got to be. He's like, I want my dad's records.
I want my daddy's records.
Yeah. I want my dad's records. That's got to be like, I would love to have that put on a T-shirt. That'd be freaking awesome.
No, they have it.
I
sent it to you one time.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So I guess they do have Bubba on a T-shirt.
Like
I want my dad's records.
I mean, that would be a cool shirt to own. It was like a blues record, right? That's what they were fighting about, a blues record?
Well, it was like some, it was a blues artist, I guess, that like Fred Sanford was into. And he had like his whole discography on 78's. And he's like playing him. He's like, oh, you know how Lamont is. Dad, you better get to work. Stop listening to all them damn records. These records are part of your history, son. Dumb it. You dumb it. You know. And then he finds out he can get money for him, you know.
Yeah.
Right, tells him to give him to the library. Then he finds out afterwards he can get money for him. And of course, you know, Fred Sanford being Fred Sanford, because it's, you know, a sitcom. You know, everything's settled in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So, whatever. Let me see. Go back with some of these. We still got the Heather Mills discussion going. Sandra Bernhardt was mauled too.
Yeah.
Sandra Bernhardt had a nice body. She had a great body, but that face, only a mother
Oh
could
my
love.
God! Look what Dave sent me about Sandra Bernhardt picture.
No, but she did a
yeah.
good TV show that almost nobody watched. It didn't last very long. She did it in conjunction with Something Weird, the video company, and they would show edited versions in a half an hour of Something Weird films. I forget what the show was called, but she was the host. It was an interesting show. I would hope it worked better, but it didn't work. It was syndicated on late at night, Saturday nights or whatever.
He sent it to me. Yeah, Sandra Bernhardt, I mean, like I said, her face was kind of rough, but she had a nice body. I remember when she was on Lisa's show during the 90s on Roseanne. Yeah, she had a nice body.
You know, I don't even sound like Roseanne, but people will bring that up until I die, probably. That I sound like her.
Yep.
And someone said I sounded like Lois from Family Guy, and I was like, oh, that's an insult.
You know, to tell you the truth, if anything was to happen to that woman, God forbid, I think Lisa could have a job. I definitely think you have a job.
How could I sound? How could I sound like Roseanne? I don't sound like Roseanne. I don't.
It was one of those moments where somebody said it, and I forgot who said it.
It was on
and after
Rachel's
they said
stream.
it, I was like, "Yeah, she does."
It's on. It was on Rachel's stream. Someone said, "Oh, really? Lisa sounds like Roseanne," and I was like, "I don't see. I don't hear."
I used to like the old days when Vinyl Richie would come here. He'd be like, "Mute Lisa."
You know, he used to come in as
those
brother.
were comedy.
He used to come in as Brother Brian too, because I can't pronounce brother.
I mean, I really wish that Vinyl Richie would go back and start doing those like history of the VC videos again.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't know how many of the live streams it looked like he had a good deal of the live streams freaking, downloaded. And of course, my own narcissism, I was like going, man, when are we going to pop up? I'm like, he's going to catch me at a fucked up moment. I know shit's going to pop up. I was like, something's going to pop up, you know? I was like, going, I'm going to get embarrassed. I know that's going to happen. Never popped up. I was like, okay, good.
Well, because all of his streams were like from 2020. That's when the good shit happened.
That was before my time.
That was before your time.
Tim, how long have you been in on the live streams?
Richards was the first one I ever came up on.
Really?
So,
yep, I remember.
I was trying to get people to stop. I was trying to get Mayo to stop live streaming. I'm like, you're not making videos anymore. You're just live streaming. And Randy too. Randy was doing his Friday night music thing, and I would just stop and make videos instead.
Randy hadn't done a video for like years at that time. He was doing the live stream.
You know, I think the live streams probably really, really served their purpose during the quarantine. But I wasn't involved with any of the vinyl community during the quarantine. I was watching all of you, but I wasn't involved. But I really think that had to have been the heyday of the live stream. But I think,
then you probably saw you probably saw the Underwear Gate. You probably saw that stream.
I don't remember seeing Underwear Gate. Underwear Gate.
That's what they called it, and then there was Yoga Pants Gate, where I wore those pants, and everybody was wondering if.
Lisa, Lisa loves showing off, whatever it is. They say that wasn't what you really saw. You think you're gonna Jedi mind trick us?
No,
that was not really my butt.
I have the yoga pants in question. I'll wear them one day. I have them.
Yeah, because I'm like thinking. I was watching them during the quarantine. I thought that after the quarantine that everybody was going to go back to making videos. I thought it was going to end.
Yeah.
You know, I thought the live streams. I mean, the live streams are slowly starting to die now.
Yeah.
I guess you can say they are. I mean, there's not too many of them,
Yeah.
which is the reason why I only do one every so often. You know, maybe you'll catch me late at night. I'll do a music one, something like this, maybe once a month, maybe once every other week, maybe. You know, but because there's some people out there like consistent, like every day, or like like at least a couple of times a week. I couldn't do that. You know, I'm just not into that. You know.
No.
Maybe once a week I could probably end up doing if anything. But yeah, I was really considering, recently going back to content,
You should make
doing a
content.
video very often. It's
You want
just,
to grow
it's
your
just,
channel do content. I've been saying that
Yeah.
for years. It's true. You
yeah,
want-
well, yeah, I know that, but I mean, but the thing is, just for me in the position I'm in right now in this place, it's like it's hard for me to do content unless everybody leaves.
Yeah,
then
I know. I get
then
it
do
because
content, so.
you're sharing a house with a bunch of people, so it's hard to make
Yeah,
videos.
so it's like I gotta wait till everybody leaves, and I'm like, okay, and then usually it seems like by the time everybody leaves, then I'm kind of like, I don't feel like making a video. I get lazy or some shit,
Yeah.
But I mean, I know how to edit a video and do the intro and all that
you
stuff.
do road
but-
videos,
Mhm.
videos from somewhere else.
Yeah.
A lot of people do that. My favorite
Jen's-
channel, who doesn't put up very many videos, put one up today, and I was like, yes.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
was
like
so
Lisa
happy.
used to do a lot of videos where you were out in you used to go to the record store. I mean,
I
it's
used
like
to.
yeah, it's like nothing stopped. It's like what. You used to jump on the bus and you go to the record store and you used to do all kinds of
Yep.
stuff. It's like, maybe it's time for you to go back to that.
No,
type of content,
I mean, I used to do it, but my phone is always running out of space. I gotta delete stuff off the phone. I used to do it a lot,
remove some of those
and then I
weedy
got
pics
no,
and you
I
have
got
them.
tired. I got tired of it. No, I
I already
used to
know
do them
Lisa
a
has everybody
lot.
send them something.
I used to do them a lot back in the day because I used to, go to a lot of record stores. But then I kind of just got tired of doing them.
I remember back in the day when I first started my channel years ago, because my channel's been around for years now.
Yeah.
As weak as it has been every year. I remember I went out and I bought one of those Sony vloggies. They called it a vloggy or a bloggy or some shit like that. And I remember it was like a couple of $100 for this little thing. And I think it had like 6 gigabytes of space or some shit. And it had like this little switch you would hit and it would flip out a USB so you could stick it in your computer and upload or whatever. And I remember when I got that thing, it was like it would record in 1080p. And I was like,
Yeah.
boy, I'm going to take the YouTube world by storm. I never did shit with it. I think I made like some home videos and that was about it.
I mean, I used to have that
so-
flip. I used to have that flip video thing, and I used to take it to I used to take it to concerts, and I would bring it with me because I thought it was really cool. But they don't make them anymore. Flip video. I used to have one of those.
I'm back to Android. When I was doing iPhone, I need to go back to iPhone. iPhone did the best video. You do the best with an iPhone. I mean, you go to concerts, it gives you proper sound when you go to record the audio from the band. I mean, Android's just it's shit when it comes to audio.
I don't
and
know.
stuff like that,
I like my Android. It's pretty good. I'll never go back to an iPhone.
Nikki.
Hey,
How are you
Nikki.
doing?
And
Hey, Disky, hope you've been well.
Hey, Nick.
Hey, Lisa, love hands your
I would never go
Hi,
back
Nikki.
to an iPhone. I had an iPhone and it was shit for me. So I
Hi,
never go
Paulina.
back.
You got hands yellow heart.
How you doing,
Hey,
Nikki?
Tim.
How you doing, Nikki? How's life?
Hello.
So yeah. That was basically I need to go back to content, do some kind of content. But I mean, it's easier to have more control with content. I mean, with live streams, it's great to be up here, just hanging out and stuff like that for a few hours or whatever. I do
Weren't you
this.
gonna do that one
yeah.
video one time? You told me you were gonna do a video about Ticketmaster and the dynamic
That was that.
pricing.
Yeah, that came and went. That whole thing.
I mean,
So
what
it's
I
like,
mean, I
know.
mean, that when you do videos like with the Depeche Mode video, that video did
Yeah.
really well. People would
I think
listen
if I
to
had
you.
a certain space, where it was like, as soon as something happens, I can be like, let me go do a video, and I go do a video. If
I
have
get,
space to
I
do
get it.
you know?
I get it. It's harder to do videos when you got your whole family
Mhm.
living there. It's harder for you to find time
Mhm.
when they're all gone because
You
they're
got a
like,
good voice, Dusty. You could do
yeah.
videos where you're not even on camera if you wanted to. Like,
Uh-huh.
I don't know
This
if
is
you've
true.
ever heard of a channel called 70's. She's got an
Uh-huh.
interesting speaking voice. Her husband died, so she hasn't been doing videos for a while. But
Uh-huh.
her videos were fantastic. Never seen her. No idea what she looks like, but I loved her channel.
Hmm.
Or you could do it on camera too. I just discovered a channel called the In-Betweeners, which is like
Hmm.
this lady. I'm guessing she's in her 50s, gray hair, but
Mhm.
she tells a really good story and she's
Hmm.
really personable. And I don't even like the stories that much, but I kind of like her. So I
I
watched
mean,
Yeah.
the
I also
video.
think you could do podcasts too. I
You
like
can
the
tell a good
podcast
story. That's
that
all
you
you
did.
need to have a big channel. I mean,
Hmm.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, that's true. The podcast. I was thinking about doing those also. Recording
I,
podcasts. Like, 'cause I have all the programs, and everything to do that also. So I'd consider doing
I
that
mean,
also.
I think you
But I
could
still
because
enjoy doing the live streams. I still like
I
doing live
mean,
streams. I just think it's not as. I don't like doing live streams as often
I think that
because I
you
feel like
could.
it's kind of like
I think you totally could do a podcast because I see so many people doing podcasts that don't have
Hmm.
quite the voice that you have. Like there's a lot of I'm not going to shade any people, but there's some people
Hmm.
out there. You
Well,
shouldn't
it's
be
just
doing
you have to say
podcasts.
something interesting. You have to have something interesting to say, and it's like. Also, I mean, it takes a little bit of work. You have to do your research so that way you have your facts
yeah.
straight.
And you
And
That's
you
one
gotta
thing.
have
You
if
know.
you do it with someone else, you
Person,
gotta
and
have
I'm
someone
not
that has a
saying
personality.
Uh-huh.
you just need to come off as an interesting person.
I mean, look at
The
Tim.
Yeah.
He's
channel I
on
was telling you
Snapchat
about
for
the
fun.
county video today, it's called
Uh-huh.
Aging Wheels. He buys odd cars, especially electric,
Hmm.
but everything he has is an electric. And he just tells you about them. But he's funny and he's really good at
Hmm.
editing. Sometimes there's 3 or 4 of him in the same shot.
Hmm.
Like he'll be
Yeah.
working on a car, 2 of them will be on this side, 1 of them will be on this side, and he's on front talking. And it's pretty amazing. He's really good at what he does,
Thank you.
and he's
Thank
funny and you like him.
I
I even
think
like the
that
guy's commercials
I
because
just think
they're
that you
funny.
have a great voice. If you have a great voice such as Dusty, utilize the voice and make some content because I think that at the end of the day, like what Tim does, I know you probably put a lot of work into what you do, right, Tim? How long does it take you to edit a
Oh,
particular podcast?
a podcast probably takes me 8 hours all in.
Wow. Because I know you put a lot of work into it. I've watched some of them for you, Dozy. I've listened to some of them, and I'm just amazed, like all the music that you get into it, and all the editing that you've done. It's synced really well. For those of you out there, you should be watching it. Snap, crackle,
Well, I
pop.
haven't done a new one in
Okay, I'm
over
back.
a month again, so
I mean, that's what you. I
I'm
think that's what
probably gonna
Dusty could do. Something like
have
what Tim
problems.
does.
Yeah.
Not necessarily music, but I just think if you have a good voice, why not utilize it and make podcasts?
Yeah, she was like saying right now, she's like going that the cat. She's all, what's going on with the animals? They're all going crazy. I guess she was saying that my cat was in the bathtub trying to pull hair out of the drain. I'm like, but I think Tigger hasn't been feeling well, so now he's feeling really, really good. So he's like running all over the place and playing. So I think it's just part of like, he's going nuts.
Yeah, my dog in the morning, she'll come and she'll sniff me every day, honey.
Well, my
And it's
daughter
like,
got her gallbladder out, so her energy's kind of like low. So she's kind of like she don't want to deal with the animals.
well,
Type thing,
she should be resting. She should be resting and
She is.
drink
She
your
is.
liquids.
Just don't be like Billy Corgan. He starts interviewing people and keep interrupting.
I like
Well,
Billy
yeah.
Corgan's interviews. I like them. I really think that Billy Corgan brings out things in people that other interviewers don't bring out. I think at times,
Mhm.
and I've watched pretty much all of the Magnificent ones. I think they're pretty good. That's just my opinion. I think it's good.
I think about Billy Corgan is I think that he already hit. I don't know if he's already peaked, like when it comes to the people that he like interviews, because
Yeah,
now the level of people he's interviewing is kind of getting lower. It's like
yeah,
it's not as high anymore. But
yeah. I would
I'll
like
probably
to
pick it up
see.
again,
I
so.
would like to see him interview some younger people too, as well.
well, I mean, like I did that podcast with Juan. It's like I'm comfortable doing podcasts and like
I thought
things
that was
with people.
great.
It's like
You really let yourself loose on the podcast, and you were
Mhm.
like not having to think about what you had to say. You just, you were
Yeah.
being just being yourself on the podcast. I
Yeah,
think
I
that
could kind of fly with it. So
I think that if you do podcasts on your channel, I think you could have other
Mhm.
people come and be like guests on your podcast. That'd be kind of cool.
But people, we've been here for 4 hours. I feel it's time
Wow.
for me to shut down. So
Put it
it's 11 o'clock. I
down.
think it's like 11, 12, 1. It's like 2 a.m. your time, isn't it, Tim?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thanks for being here, Tim. Thanks for being here, Paulina. I think we had a pretty good conversation. We last part turned around and started
Yeah.
like going off topic, but I think we stayed on topic for quite a while.
Yeah, we did.
I think we did. So, even with Lisa here. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Look,
I'm
I
just
tried
kidding.
my best to stay on topic. I
Mhm.
even researched a little bit of things to be able
See,
to
that's
kind of,
what you gotta do. I'm,
That's-
because
Uh-huh.
I'm
I'm
not
sorry, go ahead, Tim.
knowledgeable.
That's what you got to do. You want to make content for your channel, you got to put work in. That's the bottom
Yeah.
line.
Mhm.
You have to put
I
that
mean,
much
you
work
need
in,
to.
but you have to put some work in. Write a little script or an outline or something. Like
Mhm.
like you could do videos, Dusty, of just like some of your favorite bands, their discography. Tell the story of the album.
Yeah.
Don't do not what Abigail does, but the whole
Uh-huh.
discography. A couple minutes on each album,
Mhm.
how the group started and blah blah
Oh,
blah
yeah.
blah blah. And you wouldn't even have to be on camera. You could just show the records.
How about the ranking albums
know,
of Depeche
Mhm.
Mode? You
You
haven't
know,
done that yet.
that kind of thing. It doesn't take that much work, but it takes some work. you
I
know.
mean, you totally could do it. If Abigail can do
I,
it with the
I
most
think
simplest.
I think the album ranking got kind of like outplayed. I think the album
Yeah,
ranking thing.
yeah.
So,
I would
so-
be more into history and things
Mhm.
that you didn't know. And
I mean, you know a lot about the '80s.
and
Why not
and,
play to
you know,
your advantage?
so see,
That
good
far
night.
more.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, Tim. He has a good voice. You should utilize it and
Yeah.
should make more content.
See you soon.
Yep.
See you soon. Ciao, ciao. Derailed. Yeah, so I guess I'm kind of liking this format. I mean, I want to promise I'm gonna do this every Sunday, but I think maybe if we had, because I remember before I didn't want to do like other live streams where they try and like have one subject and stick to it, but I think having something like this where we have like one like subject and we talk about that, and then of course we branch off from that. Maybe that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Just do that once a week on
Yeah.
Sunday or something.
Well, I always want
You know?
that forever. Like, I want that for Mail's
Yeah.
movie show that I do.
Uh-huh.
Just start out with a topic. We don't have to stay with it the whole show, but
Yeah,
start with a focus.
yeah.
And then
Then that way we can go ahead, like like I said, I was able to do a little research on it. Lisa was able to do a little research on
Yep.
it, and
I
just go
I
from there.
went
Like we talk
and
about one thing. So
I'll have my notebook. I'll write some notes for the next topic. I'll keep myself well informed.
if anyone comes across a Beatles album with the name Laura Sanders written in the top left, let me know. How many Beatles albums did you own, Laura? Laura, do you still have any of that vinyl left that you had? I remember you had a lot of vinyl. I don't know what you did with it, but I'd be interested to see if you still have it. You could bring it by. If I have to do a little something for it, I just might. No, I'm just kidding. But anyways.
That's how rumors
no.
start. That's how rumors start.
That's how rumors start.
LOL.
Oh, Lisa, calm down, relax. I was there in the corner. I'm like, Jesus.
I know I'm
All right,
joking
then.
with you. I'm kidding with you.
All right, then, well, everyone. I'm not
All
going
right.
to promise, but maybe Sunday we'll do the same thing. Maybe we'll come up with one question, one subject, and we'll be here Sunday at 7 again. Sounds interesting to do that.
I'll try to be on time next time.
No problem. I mean, just on Sundays, just like check your like messenger, because that's usually where I send the link to. You send it through your messenger
Well,
or whatever.
I was on Dawkins till after
Uh-huh.
7, and then
Uh-huh.
Material Issues came on, and it was Chris
Yeah.
Stamey, and I watched that. And then by the time that got off, I went and did
Mhm.
a couple things. And I know Dusty's on. I'm like, well, I was expecting him to be on 11:30. I was like, I wasn't expecting
Yeah.
it.
Well, what I was trying to do is I was trying to do it a little bit earlier, because I know that sometimes like it's like, not that I'm trying to get more viewers or anything, but it's like sometimes I just think it's like it's more interesting, if more people
Mhm.
show up and more people have a chance to just have access to us.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
know that if I go late at night, most of those people are like, especially on a Sunday, they're like, I got to go to work tomorrow morning. I'm going to stay up and watch this or whatever. And
Now I know.
so it's
but,
like,
you know.
start a little bit earlier. it gives people a chance, and even for the East Coast people at 7, that is 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10,
Yeah.
10 o'clock, they're like, oh, maybe I can listen to it for an hour or whatever, whatever. So that's why I figured I'll go a little bit earlier now, And the main thing was the reason why I never went early before was because usually around 7 o'clock, which is my time, it's still active around here. People are still running back and forth. They're taking the dogs out.
Yeah.
They're finishing up dinner, cleaning the kitchen. There's all this activity around me. And then I kind of like saw all these other live streams, and I was like, why am I worried about, like, there's all kinds of activity around me? It's like, it is what it is,
Yeah,
all kinds of other people do live streams, all kinds of activity around them. Like,
I have my mom
do
yelling
it,
in the background.
yeah, your mom's like, Lisa!
No, you know what, Mom?
Get the egg rolls.
No, the other day
hear.
the other day they were fighting.
I watch this channel, My Mate Vince. He fixes stuff, and he doesn't know what he's doing, which is why it's great. He's British. He's got a great voice. But half his videos, you hear his wife like making dinner and stuff. You hear all these noises. You hear a mixer go on. You hear dishes clanking. You hear. It's fine. It is what it is.
So, all right, then. I will talk to everybody later. Thank you for being here, people. Thank you, Mike. I am Hot Frog. Lovely Laura Wood. Yee. So, anyways, no, I'm just kidding. James Farley, Sean, Vital Dreamscape, Nikki. Thank all you guys. Nikki, if you decide that you want to start up a stream, I'll come join you after a little bit. Maybe I'll come by and I'll talk for a little bit. And I'm pretty sure Lisa will show up there because, she wants to be in the middle of the shit, how that goes.
No, I don't want to be in the middle of shit. Nikki's a good person. He's my friend, man.
Okay, so good night, Sean, James, Laura, Dave. Dave's not here.
Everybody.
Nikki and everybody was here. All 15 of you people still here. Thanks for sticking with us. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.